साउंड कहाँ से जाएगी? साउंड कहाँ से जाएगी? तो बोलेगा तुम वही जो सराउंडिंग साउंड हो जाएगा। तो साउंड आ रहा है यूट्यूब पे जाओ चेक करो। कैमरा हुआ है 8,500 रुपये का कैमरा नहीं है तो कभी से दोनों काम हो। आप सजेशन देने से पहले सोचते नहीं हो आपने बोल दिया और हो गया। चेक करो ठीक है भाई। स्टॉप कर देते चल बात आपके इसमें भी देखिए धुलना ही दिख रहा है। आपके इसमें भी वो क्लियरिटी नहीं है। हाँ आपको दूर से लग रहा है।
Swagatam, Shubha Swagatam. Namaskar, good morning, and a very warm welcome to everyone present. It is indeed a moment of great pride and privilege to welcome you all to the inaugural session of the International Conference on Understanding India's National Security in the Emerging World Order, Achievements, Opportunities, and Aspirations. This important academic endeavor is organized by Shamdal College, University of Delhi, and sponsored by the Indian Council for Social Science Research under the Rashtriya Ekta theme to commemorate the 150th birth anniversary of the Iron Man of India, who was also the first Deputy Prime Minister and Home Minister of our country. His resolute leadership and vision laid the foundation for united and secure India. We at Shamdal College, University of Delhi, are deeply honored to be hosting this prestigious event at the India International India International Center, New Delhi, a venue that has witnessed some of the most thought-provoking deliberations of our times. Now, I invite all our dignitaries to commemorate the day on a solemn and symbolic note. We begin with the lighting of the lamp, signifying the triumph of knowledge over ignorance. I invite our chief guest and keynote speaker, Dr. Professor Shantishri Pandit Ma'am, K.T. Suresh sir, yes. Our IPS director, Professor Usha Tiwari Ma'am, Dr. Ninashirish, Professor Ninashirish Ma'am, and Professor Ruchika Ramakrishnan Ma'am to join. Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Please come and occupy the seat, ma'am. also request Dr. Babali Dixit sir to please come on the dais. I request all our dignitaries to join the ceremonial lighting of lamp ceremony to begin the event on an auspicious note. दीप ज्योति परम ज्योति दीप ज्योति जनार्दन दीपो हरतु मे पापम दीप ज्योति नमोस्तुते शुभं करोतु कल्याणम् आरोग्यं सुख संपदा द्वेष बुद्धि विनाशाय आत्मज्योति नमोस्तुते आत्मज्योति प्रदीप्ताय ब्रह्म ज्योति नमोस्तुते ब्रह्म ज्योति प्रदीप्ताय गुरुर्ज्योति नमोस्तुते. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. We have among us Professor K.G. Suresh, sir. Thank you so much for coming, sir. Please come on, guys. Let us now invoke the blessings of Goddess Saraswati, the divine source of wisdom and learning, with the recitation of Saraswati Vandana. I invite our student Soumya to offer Saraswati Vandana. Soumya, please come on the stage.
जयति जयति जय मां सरस्वती जयति जयति जय मां सरस्वती हे हंस वाहिनी हे पाप नाशिनी विनय हमारी विनय हमारी कर पुरुषार्थ हमको तार दे जयति जयति जय मां सरस्वती तू सारी जाननी जग के ज्ञान से हरती ज्ञान से हरती कर कर्पूर शारदे हमको तार दे। जयति जयति जय मां सरस्वती, हे जग जननी जगदीश्वरी। जय 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 मातृ सरस्वती, मातृ सरस्वती। कर्पूर शारदे हमको तार दे। जयति जयति जय मां सरस्वती। मम गम ग सा धा ध म ध म ग नि नि ध नि ध म सा सा नि सा नि ध सा नि ध म ग म ग सा। नाद ब्रह्म की ज्ञाता, ताल सुरों की तू है माता। ताल सुरों की तू है माता। कर्पूर शारदे हमको तार दे। जयति जयति जय मां सरस्वती। जयति जयति जय मां सरस्वती। हे हंस वाहिनी, हे पाप नाशिनी, विनय हमारी। कर्पूर शारदे हमको तार दे। जयति जयति जय मां सरस्वती। जयति जयति जय, जयति जयति जय, जयति जयति जय मां सरस्वती। धन्यवाद।
We now present the Colgate of our university, a tribute to the timeless spirit of this great institution. I request all to rise at their respective places for the Delhi University Colgate.
जय जय जयति जय जय ज्ञान का लोक अनुपम।
श्रेष्ठ दिव्य दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालय विहंगम।
जयति जय जय जयति जय जय ज्ञान का लोक अनुपम। सकल वसुधा निज कुटुंब की भावना, संस्कृति सनातन, आधुनिक शिक्षा पुरातन, ज्ञान धाराओं का संगम।
देश की स्वाधीनता शतकोटि वंदन।
निष्ठा धृति सत्यम के मंगल, दिव्य भावों का समागम।
जयति जय जय जयति जय जय ज्ञान का आलोक अनुभव।
भव्य महाविद्यालयों के परिसरों से चिर सुशोभित, श्रेष्ठ गुरुजन कर रहे ने छात्र और छात्राएं दीक्षित।
सदचरित्राचार पावन साधना संकल्प संयम।
नवल वैश्विक चेतना नव क्रांति संस्कारों का उद्गम। जयति जय जय जयति जय जय ज्ञान का लोक अनुपम।
श्रेष्ठ सुंदर दिव्य दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालय विहंगम।
जयति जय जय जयति जय जय ज्ञान का लोक अनुपम।
ज्ञान का आलोक अनुपम।
ज्ञान का लोक अनुपम।
ज्ञान का आलोक अनुपम।
We now to a moment of gratitude and tradition. I request our principal sir, our patron, our friend, philosopher and guide, Professor Ravi Nayankar, along with Professor Kusha Tiwari ma'am, Director, SLC IQSC, and our mentor, Dr. Sitaram Kumbar sir, Director of this conference, to kindly felicitate our chief guest and keynote speaker, Professor Shantishri Tulugudi Pandit ma'am, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Jawaharlal Nehru University, and we will felicitate her with shawl, a statue of unity of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, and a planter, symbol of honor, unity, and growth. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Principal, sir, along with Professor Ruchika Ramakrishnan and Dr. Niranjan Chechuan, the convener of this conference, to felicitate our chair of this session, Professor K.V. Suresh, sir. Thank you so much for taking your precious time to be with us at this occasion, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Our principal, sir, along with Dr. Rekha Kaushik and Shamsundar Prasad, to felicitate our guest of honor, Dr. Bhavani Dikshit, sir. Rekha Kaushik and Shamsundar Prasad, our principal, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. I request Professor Neena Shirish, ma'am, and Dr. Shadhanand Rai to felicitate our principal, sir, Professor Rabindranath. Must mention it's due to Sir's visionary leadership at Shamlal College, we have set many new milestones. Shamlal College has been accredited with we have also featured one amongst 100 top colleges in the national. Now I request our principal, sir, to felicitate Professor Neena Shirish, ma'am. I also request all the faculty members of the Department of Political Science to join in. Ma'am is retiring on 31st of this month. All the faculty members of the college. Thank you for everything, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you for being with us all the time. Last but not the least, I request our principal, sir, to felicitate Dr. Niranjan Chechuan The convener of this conference, with leadership from Shri Manoj Ji, our section officer, would you join in? Thank you, Manoj. Now we move on to releasing a souvenir of the book, of some of the selected abstracts we have received for this international conference. I request all our dignitaries to release the booklet, the abstract of the booklet, the souvenir. We have chosen some of the abstracts we received for this conference and we have published them in this booklet, in this souvenir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Oh. Now I invite Dr. Sitaram Kumbar, sir, to briefly introduce the theme of the conference. He is the director of our entire organizing committee and this conference. Without his guidance, this entire theme was not possible. Vice Chancellor of Jawaharlal Nehru University, Santisri Ma'am, Professor K.C. Suresh sir, K.G. Suresh sir, Director, India Heritage Center, Dr. Bhavani Dixit sir, Senior Journalist and Social Activist, our Principal sir, Professor Ravi Narayankar, and my senior colleague, Dina Siris Ma'am, of course, the convener of the conference. And all ladies and gentlemen, my dear students, and distinguished delegates. It's our honor, and particularly it's my honor to introduce the theme of this conference. And in fact, it is a profound honor for me to introduce this the theme of this conference. This conference was actually conceptualized by the convener of this conference with the guidance of our principals and the director of IPSC and other colleagues of the department. We are here today in this 2 days international conference. The title is Understanding India's National Security in the Emerging World Order, Achievements, Opportunities and Aspirations. And this conference is being sponsored by the Indian Council of Social Science Research and Department of Political Science in association with IQAC of Shyamlal College, organizing this 2-day international conference. This conference is being organized in the context of Rashtriya Ekta, National Unity initiative of ICSSR and also the government of India
to remember some of the contributions of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, his contributions in making India one of the strongest and united nations. As you know that the India's security futures is quite challenging because of lots of non-traditional security challenges that have been emerging these days. So, therefore, it is very important to deliberate upon. Besides some of the traditional, challenges, there are many other non-traditional challenges to India's national security, and we all of us are familiar with this, this idea of national security. At least in the last few days, many experts and media personalities have started talking about India's national security, and it is a perennial issue. National security is a perennial issue and is a very paramount issue to be, academically engaged, discussed, and and therefore this conference was conceptualized. The issues like cyber security is then we have many other challenges like climate induced disruptions, natural disaster, technological dependencies, etc. So we need to discuss all these because we are at a stage when India is rapidly growing and we are going to be one of the developed nations by 2047. And for these to happen, in my opinion, it is very important to make our national security architecture very, very robust to face the lots of challenges or newer challenges like the one we faced in Jammu and Kashmir recently. And therefore, as I said, as India aspires to become a global power and a high middle income nation by 2047, our security strategy must remain forward looking and adaptive. And that is why this conference will be focusing on all these important issues, including traditional and non-traditional, and many other issues of this artificial intelligence, which is posing a very serious challenge to India's national security as such. So India's national security challenges are evolving in new incarnations, and this conference serves as a critical forum to deliberate upon, debate, and design responses to these challenges. And therefore, we are here today. So broadly speaking, the main themes of this conference is on cyber threats, energy resilience, then traditional and non-traditional, security, national security challenges, geopolitical challenges, including Indo-Pacific volatility that will always remain one of the major challenges for India's national security, etc. Let me also draw your attention to the responses that we received. We received around 100 abstracts, but we had to shortlist, and about 50 abstracts have been selected and have been published in this souvenir of this conference. Besides this, we have many experts, around 25 experts of national security who will be here in plenary sessions, and also tomorrow in plenary session, and also in various other parallel sessions to discuss on all these issues. So this is all about the broad theme of this international conference. Thank you so much. I welcome you all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for that brief introduction to the topic as well as the conference and the efforts that have gone in to organize this conference. Now, I request our principal sir to welcome the to deliver the welcome address to this inaugural session. Sir has been working here for 10 years in Shamdal College, and his leadership has been outstanding. Under his leadership, Shamdal College has been accredited with A++ grade in the second cycle of NAAC accreditation. Leaders we have known in University of Delhi and across the country also. But apart from his academic leadership, he has also been an outstanding academician and a researcher. He has been conferred with a distinguished faculty fellow of Georgia Tech Center for International Business Education and Research. He is also a senior fellow of the Institute of Company Secretariat of India and a recipient of many academic scholarships, including University Grants Commission Junior Research Fellowship. He has 7 books, several book chapters, and research papers to his credit in journals and publications of repute, including Review Organization Responsible, Edward Elgar, Taylor and Francis, Sage, Springer, Macmillan, Advanced Research Series, and Bloomsbury, and many more other publications in which he has published. We are really lucky to be working under him, and we, under his mentorship, we have learned a lot. Thank you so much, sir. Now I welcome you to deliver the welcome.
The august audience who are present here. Chief guest of the day, Professor Santri Pandit, Madam, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Jawaharlal Nehru University, esteemed guest of guest of honor today, Professor K.G. Suresh, Director of India Habitat Center, Sri Dr. Bhavani Dixit, eminent journalist, Dr. Niranjan Chichuan, Professor Nina CST, all the esteemed dignitaries who are present here, my students, and all the participants and presenters. It is with immense pleasure and pride that I welcome you all to Shamdal College for this important international conference. We are deeply honored by your presence at this inaugural function. It is a matter of great privilege for us to host you all, distinguished minds from India and across, and many people from abroad also joining this conference virtually. So I extend a warm welcome to all of you present here. Shamdal College has long stood committed to fostering critical thought, academic excellence, and engagements with issues that shape our society and nation. Today's conference continues that tradition by turning our collective gaze towards one of the most pressing concerns of our time, that is national security, in the context of rapidly evolving global order, and also the domestic situation arising out of cross-border terrorism. Here, it is very pertinent to mention that, and it is all the more important for me to mention that being a member of ICCR, we have been taking out many calls to commemorate occasions like this. That is, this year is the 150th birth anniversary of Iron Man of India. So in his remembrance, so this conference is another step towards his remembrance to celebrate 150th birth anniversary of the great Iron Man of India. We as a nation remain grateful to Sardar Vallabhbhai Patelji for his enduring legacy of successfully shaping modern India's political reality and national identity. He played a significant role in building robust institutions for Bharat's democratic polity. As someone coming from the state of Odisha, I must inform the august audience present here that Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel has a great role in integration of the princely states of Odisha. So many you might be knowing that the state of Mayurbhanj, Keonjhar, Dhenkanal, and many other Garjat state, it is known as Garjat states, there is resistance from them. So, but Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, I think it was within 2 days, he could turn around and he could integrate all those states into the Union of India. So he so effectively convinced the rulers of these Gurjat states to accede to the Indian Union. By mid-1948, through negotiations and the signing of the Instrument of Accession, all princely states of Odisha agreed to join the Indian Union. This integration has laid down the foundation for a unified administrative structure in Odisha and contributed significantly to the political stability and development of the region. Further, it is difficult to imagine because we live in era of internet and mobile. So just imagine in a very short period of time from May 1947 to March 1948, how could Sardar Patel integrate all the states, all these princely states? That talks about, that only talks about the greatness of the Iron Man of India. So for which a lot of research is needed. And being a researcher also, back of my mind, there are some questions for students like you, researchers for like you, because we must prove the processes and how he effectively carried out its structure, his leadership styles, which needs to be unearthed for inspiration for the masses towards nation building. In this context, we have identified India's national security, its achievements, what we have been trying in this regard, and the aspirations for the future in the emerging world order as the theme of this conference. We believe this conference has become even more relevant in the present scenario in the aftermath of this cross-border terrorism situation in the Jammu and Kashmir. The latest dastardly and brutal attack on tourists at Pahalgam in the Kashmir Valley by the cross-border terrorists is the case in point. Furthermore, we live in a world undergoing seismic shifts. The post-Cold War unipolar world is steadily giving way to more multipolar or even fragmented order, defined by the new alliances, regional aspirations, technological transformations, and unforeseen tariff wars. So in this complex and dynamic environment, India, as one of the world's largest democracies and fastest growing economies, must carefully navigate both challenges and opportunities to secure its national interest and strategic autonomy. I feel proud to mention that India's global standing in this unfolding situation under the profound leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji is rapidly growing. The world is looking at us with hope and expectations. In this context, India's national security is of paramount importance for us. It is also important to mention that national security today goes far beyond traditional military preparedness. It encompasses economic resilience, technological self-reliance, cyber security, energy sufficiency, border management, and even the health and well-being of our citizens. In this context, I believe this conference offers a vital platform for dialogue to reflect in our achievements, identify new opportunities, and chart out our future aspirations and path to follow. Our keynote speakers, panelists, and contributors bring with them a wealth of expertise across disciplines, from international relations and defense strategy to economic to cybersecurity and public policy. In this context, I extend a very warm welcome to all the honorable guests present on the dais and give them a huge round of applause. I extend my deepest gratitude to all the dignitaries on the dais for their valuable time, our international guests who will join us from different places in the next 2 days for the deliberations, and also no conference is complete without the active participation of the participants, researchers, and students like you. So I must acknowledge your presence and a huge round of applause for you also. Also acknowledge the hard work of my colleagues and the organizing committee led by Professor Neena Shiris, Dr. Sitaram Tumbar, and Dr. Niranjan Chichwan. all the faculty members and student volunteers of the Department of Political Science and IQAC, led by Professor Tushar Tiwari, for organizing this conference. Let this conference serve not only as a space for academic exchange, but also as a catalyst for actionable sites, ones that can contribute meaningfully to policy, pedagogy, and public awareness in the realm of national security. On behalf of Shamlal College, once again, I welcome you all and look forward to the thought-provoking deliberations ahead. Thank you. Namaskar. Jai Bharat.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for that wonderful welcome address. Now comes the moment for which we all are eagerly waiting. I invite our chief guest and keynote speaker to deliver her keynote address. Ma'am, we are thankful to you for taking out your precious time out of extremely busy schedule and being with us at this moment. It would be a lot of inspiration to the young people present here. They have seen you in various interviews. And is a pioneering academic and powerful voices in India's intellectual landscape. She has been a relentless advocate for national integration and security. I must note, she needs no introduction here in this gallery. Everyone present here knows her, and also outside of our country know her. She has been an outstanding academician, a noted researcher, and also an outstanding teacher. She has mentored so many students, and I must say, on a personal note, I am also one of the beneficiaries of her benevolence. She has her publications, research in various research publications, journals, and some of the well-known publications across the world. She has studied in India, in Jawaharlal Nehru University, and also outside in Uppsala University. And under her leadership, the prestigious Jawaharlal Nehru University has been setting new milestones in the field of academics and research. Without standing any further, let me take this privilege to invite ma'am for her keynote address. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Good morning to all of you. Sabko mera namaskar. And my mother tongue is Telugu. Andaru Mahanubhavuliki na Shatakoti Vandanalu Namaskaralu. Ellarkum Vanakkam, Ellarkum Namaskaram, Ellarkum Namaskaram. Sagada Manyavarana Maji Shatakoti Namaskar. So I think all of you learn as many languages as you can. All languages are beautiful. So this is my message to you on the day you're celebrating of one of India's greatest leaders, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. I congratulate the principal and the faculty on this. Respected Professor K.G. Suresh, Sri Bhavani Dikshit, Professor Ravi Narayan Khan, the principal, Professor Meena Shirish, I never thought you were 65, man. Dr. Niranjan Chinchuan and Vivekanand Narottam, whom I know very well. And let me at the outset, congratulate you on choosing a very relevant topic. I don't know whether it is coincidence, just after Pahalgam incident, which is one of the saddest incidents where we have a rogue state as a neighbor using terror as an instrument of foreign policy. They are such cowards that they kill innocent civilians. So that shows the mentality. So how are you going to look at national security? No longer war is like a bugle call, like you have in the Mahabharata, where Lord Krishna or Arjuna, you would have seen, where you had the Gita Upadesh. And I think India is really protected by that Gita Upadesh. So I will start with a stroke that I like there. Yada yada hi dharmasya glanir bhavati bharata abhyuktanam adharmasya tada atmanam srijamya. It is for great leaders from Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel to the present Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So here I would congratulate you because, as your principal said, from Kutch to Kohima, Kargil to Kanyakumari, if we can travel freely today across its beautiful and bountiful lands of India, it is due to Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. Before Prime Minister and colleague Jawaharlal Nehru said, history will call him the builder and consolidator of a new India. The Iron Man was instrumental in India's independence struggle and for the integration of over 500 princely states in the Union of India. I'm also happy to be here in the C.D. Deshmukh, Chintamani Deshmukh auditorium. All of you know he was a civil servant who helped Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. I hope you young men are one of the greatest physics of C.D. Deshmukh. There were many who used to think that a diverse country like India can never remain united. It will fall apart. He showed how it can be done. We should learn how to grow from strength to strength and how to always stay united. He did something that was unparalleled. He used Kautilya's wisdom and Shivaji Maharaj's bravery to achieve the great feat of uniting India after partition. While there have been many rebels and many statesmen in this world, it is rare for history to observe a man who has the successfulness both of present-day India, owes an immeasurable debt of gratitude to the vision, tact, diplomacy, and pragmatic approach of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel in preventing the balkanization of the country and the merger of more than 560 princely states with the Union of India. I pay my tribute and I thank your principal for dedicating this seminar to celebrating and telling you young people of the name and work of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. What makes this stupendous integration most remarkable is that it was achieved without any bloodshed. So this is indeed a great lesson for all of you. Now for the topic that all of you are discussing, I'm very happy because if you're talking of security, security today has changed, as I told you, from a way you call for a war, military security, political security, to what we call human security. Meaning human security means all securities, that is to live without fear. Human security, what Pahalgam, you go as a tourist, can you live there, go there without fear? And please remember, it is the democratic states or open societies that are threatened today by something called terrorism with an exclusivistic ideology. It says my way or the highway. Whereas all of you are living in a dharmic civilization state. Dharma is not religion. Dharma is not panth. So, sir, I oppose Hindi translation of secular to Dharma Nirpekshata. It should be Pantha Nirpekshata. Dharma is a way of life. So you can't call the Abrahamic religions Dharma because it is my way or the highway. Because they have only one book, one God, you don't accept that, you don't belong to that religion. Whereas in a Dharma, you can have 3,000 crores of gods. Do all of you know that? I can also be an agnostic and still be a Hindu. The Sankhya philosophy is more radical than Marxist philosophy. So I would tell you young people, I want you all to build narratives from your local cultures and the Indian civilization state. Here I would say the challenge for us before today is not just 8 papers, copy from the Western, what to say, narratives that have come to us. They're good, I'm not saying they're bad, but we need to be original. Indian Bharat or Bharatiya narrative architecture is what I challenge you all to think. अपना भाषा में लिखो, जो भी आपका मातृभाषा है। मेरा मातृभाषा हिंदी नहीं है। जितने हिंदी मैं बोल सकती हूँ, आप तमिल या मलयालम बोल सकते हैं। This is your challenge. Being from India, the oldest language in the world. So you have Kautilya. All of you know Kautilya. You also have Vidyaranya. Do any one of you who is Vidyaranya? आपका history आप नहीं जानते. Ignorance is not bliss. Vidyaranya is a Kautilya of the south who built the Vijayanagar empires and was also the guru of the Marathas. And all of you, do you know, after seeing Chava, at least you will know that the Marathas were the last Hindu empire who fought invaders. Do you know they went up till Lahore and up till Afghanistan and in the south up till Tanjavur. So it is important that you know that, and also the concept of Hindavi Swaraj by Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj and Kanoji Angre, who was the greatest naval commander. Have you even heard his name? Please go to the coastline of Maharashtra. Had we learned from our history, 2611 would have taken place. They have ports, what to say, forts as sea forts. When there is high tide, it goes underwater. When it's a low tide, it comes up. It's an art of deception or guerrilla warfare. Your numbers are less. You'll say, madam, what is the relevance today? China versus India. China is much more mightier than us. So learn from the Marathas. Even if you have a smaller force, you can win wars. And then the Cholas. I don't know whether you have heard, the longest ruling dynasty in the world are the Cholas. 2000 years they ruled. They were one of the greatest naval empires. They fought China in the Indian Ocean and defeated them. Their policy was not of invasion, of rape, loot and plunder, but of trade and commerce. So if you see, they were great shipbuilders and also the greatest temple built and a wonder of the world, the Brihadishwara temple, devoted to Lord Shiva. What is unique about this temple? Today, all our IIT engineers build bridges or anything. Within 10 years, now within 6 months, it's down. This is built 1000 years ago, not a crack. And they have a Vimana of nearly 80 tons. How did they lift it up? To all of you, or even your principal and Bhavani sir come from Odisha. The Sun Temple, do you know it's a wonder? In our architecture, in our spirituality, science is connected. Unlike the West, we don't look at reality in binaries. It is not verses. If you are spiritual, you are not unscientific. We can be scientific and still be spiritual. Do you know that the sun was suspended by magnets midair in that temple? What is the science behind it? Please understand that most of our great Aryabhatta, Bhaskara, were not just scientists. They were great poets. They were great philosophers. And they gave their riddles. Do you know the greatest mathematician of the world today who sought to be a genius for algorithm writing? Who is it? Srinivasa Ramanujan, the man who knew infinity. You know, he's a 12th standard failed. Only in mathematics he passed. Then he was a clerk at the Port Trust in Madras, and he had a notebook where he used to write equations. He learned it because his mother was a great patrika. You know patrika and horoscope. All your horoscopes when you're born, they give you calculations. She used to do that. He learned it from her. And when Professor Hardy in Cambridge was sent his notebook, he was shocked at the level of algorithm because Professor Hardy, with all his PhDs, could not solve these algorithms. That is what you use today for your what? Computers or power hacking, whatever you want. And when Hardy asked him, how are you able to do these complicated mathematics? He said, Goddess Bhagavati comes and writes it on my tongue. That is the greatness of the civilization state. Please be proud of it. And before Professor K.G. Suresh is there, you have the greatest philosopher, Adi Shankaracharya, from Kaladi to Kedarnath, who united the civilization on a singly dharmic list. So my thing to most of you here is, even if you don't like something, read it, understand it, and then hate it. Don't do it from ignorance. This is my thing because a lot of young students are here today. And the first question I want to place before you. Does India have a security framework? It was not something I put. Dr. S. Jaishankar's father was a great defense analyst who started the now called Manohar Parrikar Institute, IDSA, K. Subramanian. He is the one who told Indira Gandhi, it is better to fight the war than look after the refugees who have come from East Pakistan. When the genocide was taking place in 1971. So if you see, do we have a security framework? After Pahalgam, I feel like asking, what went wrong? Where they did Reiki, I'm told, for 2 months. So all of you please understand, I think the weakest link is we Indians as citizens do not do argue. See, please remember in human security, it is not only the police, the armed forces, but it is also the civil society, a very alert civil society, academia, that makes a great difference. You have a neighbor that is insecure. Now they don't know what India is going to do. And that insecurity is killing them. I call it insecurity dilemma. So they're extremely irrational and absolutely sinister. But where I'm more worried after the Pahalgam is not our external enemies, but our internal detractors, who are worse. And it is very unfortunate. A hatred of a prime minister cannot be the hatred of a nation. This is something in an hour of crisis. I think every one of us have to show character. Have you seen in America, when America goes to war, whether you're Democratic, whether you're Republican, everybody supports the country. We don't see that today in India at least. And hence, I would like to tell you all young people, on the 150th birth anniversary of the man who integrated this country, if all of you are happy and staying together, you must thank him. So please remain united. Whatever differences you have, we celebrate diversity, difference, and dissent. Because we are the only civilization that celebrates Ekam Sat, Vipraha, Bhaviha Badanti. That is, truth may be one, but there are several paths to it. And here I would congratulate, I would only want to say, just to point out, what are the global dynamics that you are in today? You are witnessing a world where unipolar movement has given way to multipolarism, and you have the most powerful country, the United States of America, having a president who is creating a lot of tectonic shifts. Some have been helpful to us, but many are problematic. This is where I like to tell economists that political economy is getting important. I don't accept with Karl Marx. Economics are not the foundation. Primacy of the political. All economic decisions taken by leaders are not economically sound. They are politically sound. So please understand who takes the decision, who bells the cat, who pays the piper. It is the politician and the policymaker. So primacy of the political, please, I would here call upon you to read Susan Strange, a great political economist of the London School of Economics and Politics. I know men don't like women scholars, but now you have to read us. And she said in the 70s itself that power and money go together. So the currency of politics is what? Power. The currency of economics is money. Follow the money trail, you know where the power is. Or see where the power is, money is also there. They're twins. So if you're going to separate both of them and study, either you're stupid or foolish. You have to understand, and then only you can control knowledge. Earlier, what does the Indian you're taught in your dharmic way? Knowledge is power. What did Michael Foucault tell us? Power is knowledge. Have power, have money, you can purchase knowledge. So are you looking at a paradigm shift? So please understand that India is moving into a world that is increasingly transitory as well as transformative, because technology is there. As rightly said, you have artificial intelligence, but I'm warning all of your students, don't become slaves of technology. Technology has to be your slave. Please read, please write, please think. Don't expect ChatGPT, artificial intelligence to think for you. Because today I see even in JNU students think artificial intelligence will write your thesis. ChatGPT will give you the answer. Don't forget, it gives the same answer to everybody. Okay, originality is lost. Use it as a tool, but do not allow it to dominate. Another is addiction of your phone. Phone is good. I know many young students in JNU, if I tell them please keep the phone outside and come in for the lecture, they feel very alienated because the phone is the boyfriend, the phone is the father, the phone is the mother, even at night it's beside you. So dependence should be there. I'm not saying don't use it as an instrument, don't use it at all. Use it as an instrument. It is a very good instrument, but you should know how to use it. This is one warning. Now, redefining India's global posture. I think the present Prime Minister has really made India from a rule taker to a rule shaper, moving us towards being a rule maker. And this status, what is the main philosophy of our security policy? Strategic autonomy. India does not like to join any bloc. We are very averse of any blocs. We are friendly with Russia as well as the United States of America. We do not want to be any one camp. So leverage, and second, please understand, we have to leverage geopolitical advantage. See, whether India likes it or not, we are at the bridge of the fastest growing region, that is East Asia, where you have China, Southeast Asian countries, Japan, with the oil producing world to the west of us. So we are the bridge, and we are at the head of an ocean, which is the only ocean in the world that does not become ice in winter, meaning it is navigable 24/7, 365 days. So whether we like it, don't like it, we are going to be pulled into major conflicts. So we are a geopolitical pivot, right? I hope all of you have heard of the name called Sardar K.M. Panikkar, a brilliant geopolitician. All of you in North India think India is a land power. You think like Mughals, only you're looking to Central Asia. We from the south know you have the largest coastline. You know, India has a huge coastline. We have a Bay of Bengal, we have the Arabian Sea, and we have the Indian Ocean. We were a great sea there. Do you know we didn't have a navy till 1967? Or even a border security force. So there you have the herald. This is Indira Gandhi who brought these into thing. And also now modernizing the Indian armed forces. And I also like the recent decision of the Prime Minister of not giving a knee-jerk reaction to the Pahalgam incident. Lot of restraint, and he told the military forces, it is your take, how you answer. I thought that was great maturity, which Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru did not have. Most of you should know he is the one who has brought in this Kashmir problem for us. 1947, we would have occupied POK. Our forces were called back. The first chief of the Indian Army, Kariyappa. Please read his autobiography, you will know the truth. And the second problem of creation of China and the disappearance of Tibet is thanks to Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru's point. Read the book, The Great Himalayan Gandhar, Major Dalal. So I tell you, please read and then make your judgments. Here I would also say that we have border, maritime and internal security issues, AI, cyber and emerging domains. What hacking of our websites. So many of you have to be also cyber, good in cyber technology. And India is also becoming self-reliant in defense production. See, now Pakistan has a problem. If we go to war, they don't have supplies. China or America has to give the supplies. If either of them stop the supplies, they don't have. Whereas earlier India was very dependent on Soviet Union or Russia. But today we have Make in India and our Atmanirbhar, which has brought in a lot of, like for example, the BrahMos missile, the LCA Tejas. And today India has transformed into a defense exporter, signaling not just technological maturity, but geopolitical confidence. India's success in the global defense markets is a testament to its growing influence as a manufacturer of high-quality defense technology. All of you also know that we are working very close with Israel, which is India's very close defense partner. Programs of IDEX, that is Innovation for Defense Excellence, and Defense Technology Development Fund promote innovation within India's startup ecosystem, creating new solutions for emerging security challenges. These initiatives encourage local manufacturing of defense hardware and ensure that India remains self-sufficient and critical military technologies. I would like to, also herald counter-terrorism and asymmetric warfare. There are many people today telling us that terrorism has no religion, but the people killed were identified on the basis of religion, whether you like it or don't like it. So we have to be very careful of these issues. So proactive counter-terrorism strategies other than going to war, like what we call kinetic or surgical attacks and other methods or unlawful activities prevention act. All these can, also the Financial Action Task Force, because a lot of terrorism needs money. We also have narco-terrorists, both from the northeast as well as from the south, because we are surrounded by two top narcotic rings, the Golden Triangle and the Golden Crescent. So please understand that this is to destroy the youth, drugs especially. We also have joint military operations and our maritime security. As you know, the Prime Minister inaugurated the Sagarmala concept. And this is very important because the importance of islands have become very important, especially the Andaman Nicobar and we are at the mouth of the Malacca Straits. And also P.V. Narasimha Rao, where we brought in the Look East policy, which is also. Finally, I would like to end with soft power. India has, all of you must have read Robert Knight. Soft power is what is basically your culture, your civilization, your way of life. All of us know that India has a global leveraging cultural diplomacy. India's use of cultural diplomacy through the promotion of its rich heritage, religious diversity, technological achievements helps project a peaceful, democratic and progressive image globally. Programs like yoga diplomacy, cultural festivals, educational exchanges enhance India's appeal and strategic partnerships. And also the image, most of you know, India is called the mother of democracy. Why? Have you any idea why? Well, all of you are political science students, right? What do you say is the origin of democracy in the West? Magna Carta, right? When was the Magna Carta? 1250. We have what is called the Uttaramerur inscription of the Cholas, which clearly tells you that they had democratic decentralization. And it is 920. That means we are nearly 150 years before the West. So it is not England that taught us democracy. There is another myth. People will tell you, oh, parliamentary democracy came to India because the British were our colonial masters. Then why Pakistan, Bangladesh, Myanmar, Nigeria, they were also ruled by the British, right? Why are they not democracies? It is India's political culture. So please imagine today you have to go from geopolitics to geoeconomics and geocultural. Which is Jambudvipa or Lemuria or Kumarikandam. So these are aspects that I want all of you to look into as students and as the future of for a Vikasit Bharat. I would like to only end with telling all of you or giving you what to say, a warning. Don't take democracy, your development for granted. Only a catastrophe gets our attention. We want them, we need them, we depend on them, as long as they happen somewhere else. We had a catastrophe in Pahalgam, and we also have a lot of natural calamities that happen. So please remember that democracy, though the worst form of government, you can say is the best of it. There's nothing better than it. And India is an oasis of democracy, one of the most successful democracies in the developed world. Show me one other country that is as democratic as this is. So today, if you see, there is no elected leader in a democracy today who can match the popularity of the Indian Prime Minister. Modi's covenant with the world's largest swath of free voters remains unbroken. You know, recently in Maharashtra, with a 5.5% increase of the middle class voting, what happened to the result? If authenticity is what some leaders lack, even as they seek eternal mandate, Prime Minister Modi has it in abundance. That's what adds to the aura of democracy's tallest spokesperson. PM Modi is the stark turn of India's accelerating global engagement, beguiled by his charismatic leadership and even more by his hold on the Indian voters. Please understand that the world is a transactional bazaar, a multipolar world with a lot of enemies and ruthless neighbors. So it is all the more important that we have to make our choices right. And hence I would always tell you that please be alert, because you are also part of a security framework. The Indian model of security is Eugena security. The people of India, you will be the great bandwagon. If tomorrow India is defeated or India is thin, we are as responsible as our armed forces or anybody else. Once again, I thank the principal.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for the wonderful keynote address. That it was insightful and it laid the ground for the discussions and the deliberations that we will have over the next 2 days' time. You brought in the traditional and non-traditional aspects of security, and also you asked our students, in fact, you encouraged and inspired our students to trace the security related and our civilization related aspects and carry them forward as India is marching towards becoming one of the global powers, as our Prime Minister has put the goal in front of us, Vikasit Bharat 2047. Thank you so much for your precious time, ma'am. We are really grateful to you. Our students are really happy that they had the opportunity to listen to you in person. In this August gathering, we have a lot of our faculty members and also lot of our faculty members here. We appreciate and we are grateful to you for your presence here, sir. Among the dignitaries, we have Professor Rajveer Sharma, sir. Thank you so much for finding out time to be with us in this inaugural session, sir. We will have an opportunity to listen to you in the plenary sessions as well. We have amongst us Dr. Sunil Sharma, academic AC member of the University of Delhi. We also have Shri Atul ji, our administrative officer. Thank you, sir, and many other dignitaries. Now I invite Bhavani sir to say a few words at this inaugural session. He has been managing editor of the World Focus. Most of our students who have been studying UPSC have known it. It is one of the reputed journals, and he is one of the activists and social service person who has remained active on the field, and also he has been contributing to the academic. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us at this moment.
Morning. Professor Santisri Dulipudi Pandit ji, Professor K.G. Suresh ji, Principal Sir Dr. Kar, Dr. Chichuan, Dr. Sitaram Kumar, and Dr. Narottam Vivekanand. It is extremely a pleasant day for me to be present here on the occasion of our paying tributes to our nation builder Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. It is a coincidence that we are having a time of uncertainties. War clouds are in Pakistan and India in this subcontinent, but we are a confident nation and a confident country with a confident Prime Minister. So we did not worry about our security. Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel has given the foundation, he has laid the foundation stone for our country, and we have crossed 75 years of our independence, and though with minor ripples, we are going to have some ups and downs in between, and our future is definitely going to be bright future, because we are a bright race having heterogeneous communities, religious diversity, and our cultural differences. But we are a federal country, and our nation has proved time along that we can surmount vicissitudes of our life and society. In times of terrorism and combating terrorism, our policy orientations have to be updated, and we are updated. You must be knowing from television channels, newspapers, social media, how we are combating cross-border terrorism in univocal terms. Our Prime Minister, Sri Narendra Modi, his vision and his stubbornness to fight militancy, terrorism. Just see how nobody thought of 370 abrogation 335. We did it. And there is going to be uniform civil code in future. So we are a forwarding nation, having positivity for all community. There is no discrimination for any religion, any caste, any community. Just cabinet has passed for a caste census. So my point is, I will be very brief. I am a reluctant speaker. So when principal sir requested, despite my not keeping well, I wanted to be here. And atmosphere in India is stubborn. The whole nation is united behind our Prime Minister, despite our political differences at the national level. At an international level also, India's positioning is very strong, and our goodwill of the Prime Minister has drawn attraction from the multipolar world, from the US, including China. Though Pakistan is a rogue state, Pakistan is also mortally afraid of our position. And the latest development that is going to hang around, it will not continue for a long time, because situation will not warrant uncertainty in either of these countries. So war is the last effort, last resort. So let us try our best to continue with this phase of our solidarity and unity. And it is amazing to hear Professor Shanti his lecture. I thought as if I am attending a class. It is my privilege. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your words. Now I invite the chair of the session, Professor K.G. Suresh, to deliver the presiding address of the year at the session. Professor K.V. Suresh has been Director General of one of the prestigious places in India, education places in India, Indian Institute of Mass Communication. Then he also rendered his services as the leader of Makhanlal Chaturvedi Patrakarita Vishwavidyalaya at Bhopal. And recently, we all extend our heartiest congratulations to you, sir, on being appointed as the chairperson of India Habitat Center. Please give him a big round. Standing out that to be with us, sir. And you have been an outstanding person in the field of media and journalism. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Shanti Sri Pandit, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Jawaharlal Nehru University. I can say that she is perhaps the most democratic Vice Chancellor of JNU. She is perhaps the most visible Vice Chancellor, and she is so democratic. She goes to even the smallest functions because she feels that JNU has so much to give to the society, and she herself is taking the lead. Attending a small communication college, but she went all the way to Canada. And I was fortunate that I'm the chairman of the academic council of that college. So thank you, Shanti. In fact, I was telling her, I myself was a student of Delhi University. And I was telling her that the JNU BC coming to a Delhi University program is like the India Habitat Center director coming to IIT. But I'm also a member of IIC, so it's a family only. No competitions. The Honorable Principal and my dear friend, Professor Ravi Narayankar. I'm saying because I've been a student of Delhi University, and honestly, no offense to anybody. You see, Shamlal College once upon a time used to be a no-go zone. What a transformation, Baba. One magician of is Professor. Once I went as a shocky after doing all my courses. I wanted to pursue, I had some free time. I wanted to pursue MSW. And IGNOU Study Center used to be at Shamlal College. I've seen the conditions there, so I've attended your classrooms also. So, but now thankfully, it's so much changed, and I compliment you for organizing this. I also would like to, and of course, with so many friends I have in Shamlal College, and Shamlal College invited me, and interestingly, both the principal Saab and Bhavani ji come from Odisha, which is my Sasural. They call me, I have no option. Sasural Genda. Now, this apart, we have on the stage very eminent journalist, Shri Bhavani Dixit ji, Professor Neena Shiri ji. सब लोगों के माता पिता बच्चों का कम्र 10 साल 5 साल कम लिखवाते हैं, इनके पिताजी ने 20 साल आगे and Professor Rakha, Professor Sharma, Professor Rekha, Professor Sharma, and friends including Ruchika ji, Usha ji, and of course Dr. Sitaram, Dr. Niranjan, and my esteemed faculty members and my dear students. वैसे तो अध्यक्ष को चुप रहना चाहिए, लेकिन there is a formality, and particularly after such an exhaustive, comprehensive lecture by the chief guest, I don't think much is left to be said. But कुछ बातें क्योंकि युवा शक्ति यहाँ उपस्थित है, तो 2-3 बातें मैं जरूर कहना चाहूँगा। एक तो ये आजकल हमारे जो सोशल मीडिया वीर जो है ना, वो सोशल मीडिया में बता रहे हैं प्रधानमंत्री को क्या करना चाहिए, आर्मी को क्या करना चाहिए, एयरफोर्स को क्या करना चाहिए। यार अपने घर में बिजली होने से फ्यूज तो बदल नहीं सकते, और हम पूरे बता रहे हैं कि आर्मी को इस वक्त ये ऑपरेशन करना चाहिए, वो करना चाहिए। तो थोड़ा सा मेरा यंगर जनरेशन से ये है, थोड़ा मेच्योर कंटेंट, उनका हाल बुरा है, बहुत बुरा है। मैं बहुत क्लोजली पाकिस्तान को स्टडी करता हूँ, उनके मीम्स को आपको देखना चाहिए। वो खुद कह रहे हैं, वो कह रहे हैं कि इंडियन आर्मी को कह रहे हैं जब टैंक लेके आओगे तो यूनिवर्सिटी रोड से मत आना, फंस जाओगे। वो खुद जो है कह रहे हैं कि ले लो लाहौर भैया, लेकिन गारंटी के साथ कहते हैं आधे घंटे में आपको वापस लौटा आप हो। इतना बुरा हाल है। हुकूमत है वो ये चाहती है कि ये जंग हो, क्योंकि वो इतने परेशान है, इकोनॉमिक क्राइसिस का बुरा हाल है साहब। सब्जियों की कीमत, गेहूं की कीमत, मतलब एक डे छोटे छोटे चीजों के लिए वो तरसते हैं, ना पानी है ना बिजली है, और एक इकोनॉमिक क्राइसिस, ऊपर से बलूचिस्तान में इंसर्जेंसी, आपका सिंध में, आपका गिलगित बल्तिस्तान में, क्योंकि आपने एक आर्टिफिशियल मुल्क बनाया है मजहब के आधार पर। 1971 में साबित हो गया कि टू नेशन थ्योरी कितना कि मजहब के आधार पर नेशन नहीं बनता। तब तो 58 इस्लामिक मुल्क एक देश नहीं हो सकता, सबका अलग संस्कृति है, भाषा है, ये बहुत ज्यादा महत्वपूर्ण है। तो आपने एक आर्टिफिशियल मुल्क बना दिया तो वो कितना दिन टिकेगा? इट्स अ फेल्ड स्टेट, इट्स नॉट जस्ट अ रॉन्ग स्टेट, इट्स अ फेल्ड स्टेट। दे वांट डाइवर्जनरी टैक्टिक, वो तो चाहते हैं कि जंग हो ताकि उनके ऊपर इस वक्त जो हमला हो रहा है हुकूमत के ऊपर, उससे वो बच जाए। But we as a mature should give them the appropriate response. That's why I really admire the Prime Minister कि हम कोई knee-jerk reaction नहीं देना है. We have to give it a befitting reply, and that will be given. But the forces have been given the free hand to give an appropriate response in an appropriate manner at the appropriate time. That is important. तो इसलिए let us not coming back to social media कि भाई बताएं कि क्या करना चाहिए, ये होना चाहिए, तुरंत we are falling into their trap. जब हम कहते हैं कि boycott कश्मीर, हमारा कश्मीर है यार, क्यों boycott करें? नहीं करेंगे और जाएंगे, और अब मजबूर करेंगे कि एक को सिक्योरिटी प्रोवाइड किया जाए, लेकिन वो जगह नहीं छोड़े। हम कहते थे ना पहले कि दूध मांगो, तो इसलिए कश्मीर को अपना है, हम तो कश्मीर, इसलिए नो बॉयकॉट कश्मीर। पर पहली बार कश्मीर के आवाम उनके सड़क पर आए। आज तक शायद 1947-48 में जब कवाली आए थे उस वक्त वहां के लोग खुलकर आए, पर पहली बार वहां के मस्जिदों से फ्राइडे प्रेयर्स में, जुमे की नमाज में मिरवाइज फारूक जैसे लोग जो किसी जमाने में अलगाववाद के साथ आइडेंटिफाई होते थे, वो मजम्मत कर रहे हैं और वो कह रहे हैं कि नहीं, इसकी हम कंडेम करते हैं, दिस इज नॉट एक्सेप्टेबल, पनिश देम, फिनिश देम। आगे लोग सड़क पर उतर आए, वो सिर्फ टूरिज्म के लिए नहीं उतर आए, क्योंकि वो जानते हैं उसके लॉन्ग टर्म कॉन्सिक्वेंस क्या है। पर हम वी शुड नॉट फॉल इनटू देयर ट्रैप। वो तो वही कह रहा है, जुगुलर वेन है आसिफ मुनीर, he is saying that we are two nations. आप तो जस्टिफाई करने का वो कोशिश कर रहे हैं, और उस जस्टिफिकेशन में नहीं, हमने कभी एग्री नहीं किया ये टू नेशन, इंडिया इज वन नेशन। अरे इंडोनेशिया का राष्ट्रपति 26 जनवरी को आता है और बैंक्वेट में बोलता है कि मैंने अपना डीएनए सीक्वेंसिंग कराया था, तो मेरा डीएनए वही डीएनए है जो हिंदुस्तान का है। ये आसिफ मुनीर के ट्रैप में थोड़ी हम पड़ेंगे, क्या हमारा। So as rightly pointed out, let us stay united. That's what Sardar Patel had done. We have to stay united as one people, as one nation, and we can give them a befitting reply. तो इसलिए ये व्हाट्सएप विश्वविद्यालय जो है, यहाँ तक्षशिला था, विक्रमशिला था, नालंदा था, ये व्हाट्सएप विश्वविद्यालय से ज्ञान अर्जित करना थोड़ा हम कम करें, और हम ये विश्वविद्यालय, दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालय, जवाहरलाल नेहरू विश्वविद्यालय, यहाँ से ज्यादा ज्ञान हम अर्जित करें तो बेहतर। Let's not get carried away by that. Let us be a very rational kind of people and let us respond, because that is important. हमको प्रेशर नहीं डालना है। क्या हुआ था कंडहार में, मैं उस वक्त मीडिया में था जब हाईजैक हुआ था, तो इतना प्रेशर उस वक्त पड़ गया। देन प्राइम मिनिस्टर वाजपेयी हुआ, मीडिया का लोग आके कह रहे हैं हमारे लोगों को छुड़वाइए, हमारे लोगों को छुड़वाइए, आप आतंकवादियों को दे दो लेकिन हमारे बच्चों को रिलीज करो। सेकेंडरी स्कूल छोड़ के बाहर वहां प्रदर्शन होते, क्या आप छोड़िए, हम ये रिजॉल्व नहीं कर सकते। ये छोटा सा उन्होंने अपहरण कर लिया, उनको डील करने के बजाय हमने अपनी सरकार को कमजोर बना दिया। वो डील कर रहे थे अपने तरीके से, उसको हैंडल करने का पूरा, उसको कमांडोज ने स्ट्रॉन्ग करने का पूरा प्लान बना दिया। अजीत डोवल and the entire team was there. They were prepared. Brajesh ji was the, the national security advisor at that time. Everything was planned to storm the aircraft. But then इतना pressure, इतना demonstrations यहाँ हो रहे थे। तो ये लोग जो आज सोशल मीडिया में जंग की बात कर रहे हैं, जंग होते करके अरे बंद करो, वो नहीं, बहुत कैलकुलेटेड रिस्पॉन्स होना चाहिए, कैलिब्रेटेड रिस्पॉन्स होना चाहिए। इसलिए लेट अस नॉट क्रिएट एन आर्टिफिशियल थिंग। नंबर 2, देखिए हम लोगों का जिम्मेदारी है, सिविलियंस भी उतना ही इंपॉर्टेंट है जितना फौज की है। हमारे पूरे लाइफ लाइन्स, वेदर इट इज द रेलवे ट्रैक्स, वेदर इट इज द पाइपलाइंस, वेदर इट इज द पावर लाइन्स, सबको साबोटाज करने की कोशिश पहले भी जंग के दौरान की गई है। फौज के मूवमेंट को रोकने की कोशिश की गई। हम लोग एज सिविलियंस, हम अपने अपने क्षेत्र में जहां भी हम इस बात को सुनिश्चित करें कि अगर तो कोई भी ऐसा डेवलपमेंट होता है तो हमारे जन, हमारे जो फौजी मशीनरी है, उसको किसी तरीके का कोई भी विघ्न उसके रास्ते में ना हो। हम खुद अपने हाईवेज को प्रोटेक्ट करें, हम अपने रेलवेज को प्रोटेक्ट करें, हम अपने टेलीकम्युनिकेशन वेज को प्रोटेक्ट करें, ये बहुत जरूरी है। सिविलियंस दैट्स उतना कर लें, फौज और पुलिस उधर ना लगे, उनका फोर्स का डाइवर्जन, उनको डाइवर्ट करने की कोशिश किया जाएगा। तो नेशनल सिक्योरिटी की बात करते हैं तो इंटरनल सिक्योरिटी भी उतना ही जरूरी है, और उसमें वी कैन प्ले वेरी क्रिटिकल रोल एज सिविलियंस, दैट वी शुड नो, बिकॉज वी हैव इंटरनल प्रॉब्लम्स आल्सो। अर्बन नक्सल्स आते हैं, कई किस्म के नैरेटिव्स क्रिएट किए जा रहे हैं, सो वी शुड नो दैट। एनर्जी सिक्योरिटी इज एन इंटीग्रल पार्ट ऑफ नेशनल सिक्योरिटी। हम नेशनल सिक्योरिटी की बात करते हैं, सिर्फ फौज की बात नहीं। क्या है हमारा एनर्जी सिक्योरिटी? हमारे पास कितना तेल, कितना कोयला आने वाले 6 महीनों के लिए हम तैयार हैं। जब तक क्या सोचा था कि रूस और यूक्रेन का, ये इतना बड़ा रूस और इतना छोटा यूक्रेन, 2 दिन में जंग खत्म हो गया, चल रहा है, साल से ऊपर हो गया, अभी भी चल रहा है। सो व्हेन यू थिंक अबाउट इट, एक स्टॉक आपके पास इतना बड़ा स्टॉक होना चाहिए कि आपके वो कितना दिन प्रोलॉन्ग हो जाएगा उसका कोई नहीं। तो आर वी प्रिपेयर्ड फॉर दैट? तो हमारा एनर्जी सिक्योरिटी हमारे लिए, हमारा एनवायरमेंटल सिक्योरिटी, पर्यावरण। आज हमने तो कह दिया कि हम इंडस जो है वाटर ट्रीटी को वी आर पुटिंग इट इन अबेयंस, हमने कह दिया, बट वी शुड बी प्रिपेयर्ड कि कल को चीन ने ब्रह्मपुत्र पर अगर बांध बनाने की बात की तो हम अपने नॉर्थ ईस्ट में पानी कैसे पहुंचाएंगे, वहां सफर ना करें। नीचे तक जो राइबेरियन स्टेट्स हैं, उनका लोअर राइबेरियन स्टेट्स, उनमें किसी तरीके का समस्या ना, so that is water security। क्योंकि वो कहते हैं कि तीसरा विश्व युद्ध जो है वो पानी के ऊपर लड़ा जाएगा, थर्ड वर्ल्ड वॉर विल बी फॉट ओवर वाटर। Water is going to be the biggest, biggest resource crunch in the coming days। तो water को किस तरीके से हम हमारे आपस में स्टेट्स लड़ रहे हैं, ये पानी इधर से नहीं आ रहा, इधर से पानी जो कावेरी का पानी है, इधर का पानी है, बस let us ensure that हमारे आपस के जो है पानी का water security is taken care of। What about social security? हमारे बड़े बुजुर्ग, हमारे दिव्यांग, इन सबको हम कैसे देख रहे हैं? हमारे बीमार, उन लोगों के लिए हमारे यहाँ सोशल सिक्योरिटी को क्या करना चाहिए? आपने शांति श्री मैडम ने इकोनॉमिक सिक्योरिटी, so important। We used to be a service oriented economy। आज हम मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में जा रहे हैं। Today we are manufacturing from silicon chips to aircraft। But earlier we used to be a very service oriented, service centric economy, and we used to export raw materials. इवन आयरन और हम बेचते थे, जापान जैसे मुल्क जो है उसमें से प्रोडक्ट बना के हमको वापस बेचते थे 10 गुने की। तो हाउ वी बिकम अ मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हब, चीन जैसे मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हब बन गए। हम कैसे क्रिटिकल कंपोनेंट्स को मैन्युफैक्चर, सिर्फ कॉटेज एंड रिटेल इंडस्ट्रीज नहीं, बट क्रिटिकल कंपोनेंट्स को हम किस तरीके से बनाएं सो दैट वी डोंट बिकम डिपेंडेंट। तभी मेक इन इंडिया जैसे स्कीम्स को लॉन्च किया, स्टार्टअप्स को लॉन्च किया। मेक इन इंडिया हैज बिकम सो इम्पोर्टेंट कि देश में बनाओ वो सभी चीजें, कृत्रिम चीजें जो शायद बन नहीं सकता है, बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण। इन बातों पर भी हमें ध्यान देने की जरूरत है। तो इसलिए, और डोमेस्टिक हमारा इंटरनल सिक्योरिटी कैसा है, इसमें हम सबका बहुत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका है। इजराइल में कॉन्स्क्रिप्शन है, हर व्यक्ति को फौज में सर्व करना है, लेकिन हम तो बेसिक ट्रेनिंग हमारे पास नहीं। इसलिए यंगस्टर्स को आपको कम से कम बेसिक फर्स्ट एड का, बेसिक इमरजेंसी का ट्रेनिंग आपको, ये तो आप अपने लेवल पर प्लीज इंश्योर कि एनएसएस है, एनसीसी है, इन सबके माध्यम से लेट अस बिगिन विद शानदार कॉलेज that we are preparing our younger generation for any exigency। कल को कुछ भी हो जाए, बॉम्बिंग हो जाए, आर वी रेडी कि हम अपने सिविलियंस को सेफ पहुंचा सकते हैं? आर वी रेडी फॉर दैट? उनको किस तरीके से इमरजेंसी सिचुएशन में पहुंचाना है, कैसे क्राइसिस में हमको अटेंड करना है? आर वी रेडी? जंग की तैयारी उसे कहते हैं। जंग की तैयारी सिर्फ फौज बॉर्डर में खड़ी हो जाए वो नहीं है जंग की तैयारी। जंग की सफलता आपके सिविलियंस मानसिक और शारीरिक रूप से कितने तैयार है, उस पर जंग की तैयारी। That has to be a precondition। उसके बगैर are we ready for that? सोशल मीडिया में लिखने से नहीं होता। हम किस तरीके से तैयार हैं? क्या हमारे अंदर वो माइंडसेट है? क्या किसी भी क्राइसिस में हम अपने दूसरों को जो है, इस समाज ने दिखाया है। हमने कोरोना के दौरान देखा लाखों लोग मजदूर पलायन करके गए। आपने देखा यूएस में, कनाडा में शॉप्स में लूटेड, मॉल्स में लूटेड, नॉट अ सिंगल इंसिडेंट ऑफ लूटिंग हैपेंड। लाखों मजदूर बड़े-बड़े शहर छोड़ के गांव की तरफ पैदल गए, लेकिन सब खुल गए, लोगों ने अपने जेब से पैसे डाल के रास्ते में खाना। यही सोसाइटी की रेजिलियंस। हम तो इसके लिए तैयार, अब जाके जो है हम एक जंग के लिए तैयार हो सकते। सो फ्रेंड्स, सिक्योरिटी, नेशनल सिक्योरिटी, इंटरनल सिक्योरिटी, साइबर सिक्योरिटी, एनर्जी सिक्योरिटी, साइबर इतना बड़ा। आज भी जो है हमारे, सॉरी टू से, आप में से जो यंगस्टर्स है आपको सोचना पड़ेगा। हमारे सॉफ्टवेयर इंजीनियर सिलिकॉन वैली को लीड कर रहे हैं, बैंगलोर में सारा कुछ है, दुनिया भर में है, लेकिन आज भी हमारे सब कुछ डेटा किसके पास है? यूट्यूब के पास है, फेसबुक के पास है, इंस्टा के पास है, एक्स के पास है। चाइना ने अपने अल्टरनेटिव प्लेटफॉर्म्स खड़े कर दिए हैं सोशल मीडिया, लेकिन आज भी हम विदेशी प्लेटफॉर्म पर, यानी कि हमारा सारा डेटा फॉरेन सर्विस में जा रहा है। हमारे टेस्ट, प्रेफरेंसेस, सब कुछ उसको पता है विदेशी सर्वर से। हमें अपना सेल्फ रिलायंट होना बहुत जरूरी है। हमारा अपना एक कम्युनिकेशन इस वक्त भी अभी तक चाइना के पास चाइना सेंट्रल टेलीविजन, रशिया के पास रशिया टुडे, ब्रिटेन के पास बीबीसी, अमेरिका के पास CNN, फ्रांस के पास फ्रांस 24 है, अरब मुल्कों के पास अल जजीरा है। वैश्विक कौन सा मंच है जहां से भारत की आवाज भारतीय दृष्टिकोण से उठ सकता है? इसकी भी जरूरत है। So we have to, we should not just aspire to be a world power, we should start thinking like that। सोच में परिवर्तन कहते हैं ना, कई बार हम कहते हैं कि बड़े ओहदों पर छोटे लोग बैठे हैं, तो उसी तरह अगर बड़ा बनना है तो बड़ा सोच भी रखना पड़ेगा, छोटे सोच रखकर बड़ा नहीं। So that attitude has to change, and what towards the end I would only say that what John F. Kennedy has popularly said, that ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. लोग देश को मजबूत बनाएं, देश के सोशल फैब्रिक को मजबूत बनाएं, देश के इकोनॉमिक्स को हम मजबूत करें, तब जाकर जो है हम एक वैश्विक महाशक्ति बनेंगे और 2047 तक विश्व गुरु बनने का, विकसित भारत का सपना हम पूरा कर पाएंगे। और तभी जाकर पॉलिटिकली एंड आवर ट्रिब्यूट शारद सती है, सरदार पटेल का कुछ वर्षों पहले हमें स्वामी विवेकानंद का शारद सती है, और अब हम स्वामी विवेकानंद का, सरदार पटेल का मना रहे हैं। He politically integrated us, but as a cultural entity we have been there for centuries as one people. और कुछ ही दिन पहले हमने आदिशंकर जयंती मनाई। आदि शंकराचार्य ने, जैसे शांति श्री जी ने कहा कि केरल के कालगी से निकलकर 32 साल के ऊपर के अंदर देश के सभी चारों धामों में गए, स्थापित किया, बद्री केदार से लेकर कश्मीर में, श्रृंगेरी में, पुरी, उन्होंने वो कल्चरल मैपिंग किया पूरे देश में, और उन्होंने इस सांस्कृतिक हमारा जो तत्व है, हमारा विरासत है, उसको स्थापित किया। तो हमारा वो विरासत है, हम तब से सदियों से वी आर वन पीपल। कोई हम ना विदेश से आए हुए हैं, जिस तरीके से आर्यन इन्वेजन थ्योरी के माध्यम से बताया गया, हम सब इसी जमीन के हैं, इसी मिट्टी के हैं, और बाद में इसी मिट्टी में मिल जाएंगे। और ये इसके लिए हम क्या कर सकते हैं, उस दिशा में आप सब विशेषकर युवा पीढ़ी को सोचने की जरूरत है। आप पुनः बधाई देना चाहता हूँ प्रिंसिपल साहब। आप सबको मुझे आमंत्रित करने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
So much, sir, for the presiding address. Your message definitely will resound well among our students. Ask not what your nation has done for you. Ask yourself what you have done, what you could do for the nation. And I think that is very important message that we and our students will take with them as a result of this conference. We have amongst us our guest of honor, Professor Rekha Saxena ma'am. She is the head of the department and she is senior professor at the department. We are thankful to you for your august presence. We are going to listen to her in next plenary session, and that an opportunity which every one of us is waiting for. So most of the students who are sitting here and the faculty members are also from the Department of Political Science. So we are eagerly waiting to listen to you in the next plenary session. Now I invite our Principal Professor Abhinayan sir to felicitate ma'am with a shawl, with a planter, and with the Statue of Unity. I also ask Dr. Sumit ji and sir, please come on the stage. And Manish sir, please come on the stage. Now I invite invite the teachers and some of our students for the group photo. We will take one group photo with you. Yeah. Our chief guest has some important engagement she has to go. Thank you so much for your august presence, ma'am. To formally conclude the session, I invite Dr. Devchan sir of this conference to deliver the vote of thanks. Dr. Devchan Chichwa. Namaskar.
I welcome all of you. My responsibility to say something and to everyone. Respected chief guest, chairperson of the session, distinguished guests, faculty members, scholars, and my dear students. It is my honor and privilege to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of the Department of Political Science, Shamlan College, University of Delhi. At the conclusion of this inspiring inaugural session of the International Conference on Understanding India's National Security in the Emerging World Order, Achievement, Opportunities, and Aspirations. First and foremost, I express my deep gratitude to our chief guest, keynote speaker, Professor Shantishri Dulpudi Pandit Ma'am, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Jawaharlal Nehru University. Ma'am, your incisive keynote address has not only enriched our understanding of India's strategic and national security challenges, but has also illuminated the path forward with clarity, conviction, and scholarship. We are deeply honored by your gracious presence. My sincere thanks to the chair of the sessions, Professor K.G. Suresh sir, Director of India Heritage Center, for steering this session with great depth and direction. Your perspectives and leadership in the realm of communication and policy have always added weight to national discourse, and we are privileged to have benefited from your wisdom today. I extend heartfelt thanks to our special guest, Professor Rekha Saxena, for your presence and your thought. And you have not spoken. This conference is being organized under the Rashtriya Ekta theme of the Indian Council of Social Science Research, and we are grateful to ICSR for their generous support. This conference is our small tribute to especially the Iron Man of India, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. I also thank our principal sir, Professor Ravi Narayan sir, Professor Kusha Tiwari ma'am, IQAC Director, for their constant support, encouragement, and motivation and leadership in making this international conference a reality. Sir, your vision for academic excellence continues to deliver the profile of Shamlan College on both national and global platforms. A special thanks to all faculty members, organizers, and the research scholars, students, volunteers who have worked tirelessly behind the scene to ensure that this session runs smoothly. I also extend my heartfelt thanks to non-teaching staff for their support in organizing this event. To all our dignitaries, invitees, participants, and media friends who have joined us from across India and beyond, thank you for your presence and engagement. It is your participation that adds meaning and momentum to this academic pursuit. Finally, I express my gratitude to the India International Center for providing us with such a dignified and intellectually guided venue for this proceedings. As we move forward into the technical session of the conference and panel discussions, I hope the spirit of inquiry, collaboration, and critical engagement continues to guide us forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have amongst us the director of the India International Center, Shri K.N. Srivastava, sir. He is a senior IAS officer. Yes, thank you so much for your presence, sir. Now we have, before we conclude the session, I request every one of us to stand at our respective places for the national anthem. So, after we will have a group photo. So I request faculty members and our students to come on stage for the group photo. Let's stand for the national anthem. Thank you all once again for Bharat Mata ki Vande Vande. Thank you all once again for your gracious presence. Let the session ahead be intellectually stimulating and contribute meaningfully to the India's national discourse on security and unity. As I noted earlier, please come on the stage, our faculty members and our students for the group photo. Before we break for the tea break, students will come later. First, we will have a group photo with the faculty members, and then I will invite students on the stage.
delegates, esteemed academicians, and respected participants. I request you all to kindly settle in at your places, and I hope that you all have a take break. This session is going to be very enriching since we have very esteemed panel of experts. So please settle down at your places. It's my honor to welcome you back to the next segment of our international conference on India's national security in the emerging world order, achievement, opportunities, and challenges. We now begin a very crucial plenary session focused on the theme internal and external threats, security environment challenges, and vulnerability. I'm again telling you all that it's a journey of learning and collaboration. So please be cool and calm and be settled down. Dear students, please. And now we are very privileged to have us with an very esteemed panel of experts whose insight will no doubt enrich our understanding and provoke meaningful dialogue. We have with us senior professor, Professor Rekha Saxena ma'am from the Department of Political Science, University of Delhi. Sri K.N. Srivastava sir and Dr. Smriti S. Patnaik ma'am. So basically theme is internal and external threats. So what Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel once observed that the civil services, he was very quite aware about the both threats external and internal. That's why he was in opinion that externally and internally India can be only a strong nation when externally and internally we will remain strong. Once Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel wrote a letter to Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru in 1950 stating that we have to strengthen our borders. We cannot afford to be very liberal about the intentions of others. And the Chinese had swallowed Tibet, now they will turn about us. So it is quite clear the way he wrote the letter to first Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru about the external threat. Similarly, he also, once upon a time in a rally, he observed that the first requirement of a stable state is that it should be prepared to defend itself. A disarmed state invites aggression. So it was a very clear-cut symbol and very clear-cut message how Sardar Patel was looking for. So before beginning the session, before commencing the session, it's our tradition to felicitate and honor our guests. So now I take the privilege to I request Niranjan sir to please felicitate Susma ma'am with a shawl and statue of unity memento and a planter. Okay, I request Niranjan sir to please facilitate Dr. Smriti S. Patnaik ma'am with a shawl, statue of unity memento and a plant. Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Vivekanand sir and Sitaram sir to come along to facilitate Mr. K.N. Srivastava sir. Thank you very much. Professor Rekha Saxena ma'am is chairing this session, and ma'am requires no introduction at all. Professor Rekha Saxena ma'am is a senior professor in the Department of Political Science at University of Delhi, specializing in federalism, Indian politics, and public policy. She federalism. Her recent research explores themes like the changing nature of Indian federalism, Delhi governance model, and centrally third scheme in the context of cooperative federalism. It's my honor, so all distinguished delegates, esteemed academicians, and respected participants, that it's also a proud moment for me to introduce our next dignitary, someone whose achievement speaks volumes and who also holds a very special place in my heart, Mr. K.N. Srivastava sir. He hails from the district of Uttar Pradesh, the very same village I come from. To stand here today and welcome someone from my own roots who has risen to such prominence is not just a formal duty, it's a deeply emotional and inspiring moment. He did his MSc in physics in 1973 from University of Allahabad. He joined Indian Forest Services in 1967. 4 months later, he was selected for IPS and all central services. He joined Indian Revenue Services Income Tax in July 1976. 2 years later, in 1978, he was selected to an IAS officer and allocated. He held several important positions in government of Karnataka. He worked as a district magistrate for 4 districts. In government of India, he worked as joint secretary in the Ministry of Culture, joint secretary airport in the Ministry of Civil Aviation, Director General of Archaeological Survey of India, and additional secretary and financial advisor in Ministry of External Affairs. During his tenure of Joint Secretary Airport, most of the greenfield and brownfield airport development projects were started. It's very remarkable journey over 44 years of experience in public service. And for those students, particularly who's looking for civil services, he is a very lively role model and inspiration for us. Currently, Mr. K.N. Srivastava is the Director of India International Center since 1st January 2019. Since my earlier days, I also looked up to him as a symbol of service, integrity, and selfless resignation as an esteemed IAS officer and he has given us time to speak something because he has very huge experience of civil services. So definitely on the issue of security, whether it is external or internal, it is going to enrich us. So thank you, sir, for being with us. And we also have a very distinguished scholar, Dr. Smruti S. Patnaik. Ma'am is a senior research fellow at Manohar Panikkar Institute for Defense Strategy and Analysis, specializing in South Asian affairs. Her current research focuses on India's response to China's presence in South Asia. He has received numerous international fellowships, including the Asian Scholarship Foundation Fellowship, Bangkok, and Kodikara. Mike has been a visiting fellow and professor at leading institutions such as PRIO Oslo, the University of Colombo, and participated in US State Department program. She has lectured extensively across South Asia and developed academic programs, including a course of Bangladesh political developments under the EU-funded projects. So, a very huge applause for our dignitaries. Distinguished panel, and their area range from the federation and internal security and civil services. So definitely this is going to be very interesting session. And for now, I request the chair of the session, Senior Professor Rekha Saxena ma'am, to kindly lead the session. Thank you.
Very good morning, everyone. Shri K. Srivastav ji, Principal Ravi Naran Kar, Meera Shresh ji, Smriti Patnaik ji, Rajveer Sharma ji, and other colleagues and my dear students. First of all, I would like to congratulate Shamlal College for organizing this international conference on a very important theme. And it's like a pleasure to visit college. I think this is the first time I'm coming to ISC, so it's I keep visiting Shamlal College regularly, morning, evening. So it's good to see that you are doing so well under the academic leadership of Ravina and Karni. So congratulations. Department of Political Science, TICC, Ram Kumbaji, and I'm forgetting other names. So, and other colleagues and my dear students. So, I think it's a very important topic, and especially the word order today cannot be defined in a single hegemon or ideology. And it is, in my view, increasingly becoming multipolar and contested and also interdependent, where emerging powers like India is playing a very significant role, and especially the post-Cold War, unipolar movement that was dominated by the United States is now giving way to other powers like China, India, European Union, and other regional actors. Which are certain greater influence, and also they are reshaping global norms and institutions. So this is a very defining moment, and among the rising powers, I think China's assertive economic and military stance, especially that is very important, and that has also triggered strategic realignment like Quad, like Greater Indo-US Cooperation, etc. Further, I think the new actor in this scenario is the role of the artificial intelligence that has emerged as a significant player in shaping national and global security dynamics. Further, there's also fragmentation of traditional institutions like United Nations, WTO, WHO, which are under stress, and there are a lot of questions being raised relating to their legitimacy, effectiveness, their fairness, and the emerging powers. They are also looking for alternatives and reforms. Now, another and in this role of technology has become very important, both as a tool of development and also as area of conflict. Further, if you see the geopolitical scenario, there are a lot of conflicts going on in Ukraine, West Asia, East Asia. So that has resulted in a kind of realignment of alliances. So which is a very important change that you will find. Furthermore, the global south, including India, is playing a very active role in shaping peace through dialogue. However, I would say that there's a growing skepticism, related to the West-led models, development models, and now the emerging powers. They are looking for more plural, equitable, and decentralized model of governance. So, and in more recent years, challenges like climate change, pandemic, terrorism, they have increased, the non-traditional threats to national security, where global cooperation has become very important. And in the inaugural session, I missed the lecture by Shanti Shiji, but KG Sureshji pointed out about some of these issues. So in this evolving global order, world order, I think India has a very important role and important voice for global South, advocating for multilateral reforms, development, strategic autonomy, etc. And India's leadership is, in forums like G20, BRICS, and also is very important and is playing a more taking a more proactive global stance. So in a world which is shaped by complex, interdependence, I think national security is not just about, protecting our borders, as KG Sureshji also talked about. It's also about, cyber resilience. It's about food security. It's about energy security. It's about climate change. It's about public health, etc. And we saw this pandemic, COVID-19, and increasing geopolitical flux from Indo-Pacific to the West Asia. That has reinforced, us to think about national security in a more holistic way. And as world's largest federal democracy, I think India is a rising economic power, and India's voice and role is becoming very important in shaping security discourse, which is rooted in peace, cooperation, and resilience. So we have made significant, achievements in protecting our borders and strengthening our strategic partnership, and also working on indigenous capabilities. And the speakers in the morning session talked about various schemes of the government, welfare schemes of the government, and Make in India, Startup India, and other initiatives. But I think equally important is securing economic and technological and also social foundations of our country. But greater prospects calls for deeper commitments. Our aspirations to become a developed nation by 2047, Viksit Bharat, I think that must rest on a national security vision that is united, forward-looking, and inclusive. So this means not just strengthening military capabilities. Of course, it has become very important after the Pahalgam, this terror attack, but also our institutions. There's need to strengthen our institutions, have long-term vision, and also work together for national unity. And I'm sure this conference will reflect upon these themes over next 2 days, and you will reflect not only on what we have, we must protect, but the India we aim to build, and how national security can help us get there. So I think with these words, I welcome you again to this first plenary session, and thanks again for inviting me. And we have a very eminent panel of experts for this discussion. So I invite our first speaker, K.N. Srivastava.
Chairperson of this session, Professor Rekha Saxena, Head of Department of Science in Delhi University. Professor Neena Sreesh, Department of Political Science, Samuel College. Dr. Smriti Patnaik, Senior Fellow, IDSA. Distinguished guests, faculty members of the college, principal of the college, and dear students. I would join Professor Rekha Saxena in complimenting the college for organizing this very important conference. Now, the topic for this session is India's internal and external threats, emerging security environment, challenges and vulnerability. As you know, the world is undergoing rapid geopolitical shifts, both in terms of technological advancements and socio-economic transitions. India finds itself at the center of both the risk and opportunities. Because every risk also provides us opportunity. We are the largest democracy in the world today. Also, as Rekha has mentioned, the rising economic power aspiring to become third biggest economy very soon. We are also a strategic regional player. Therefore, India must always be vigilant to protect its national interests. The recent attack at Pahalgam is a telling reminder that we cannot lower our guards, as hostile forces are always present to threaten the peace and prosperity of this country. I had visited Kashmir last year, and I was extremely happy to see the kind of peace and tranquility that was prevailing over there, and the economy of the state was really booming. Last year, more than 2 crore tourists went over there, and JNK administration told me last year itself that next year, that is this year, they're expecting more than 3 crores tourists. But everything was going on fine. Suddenly this Pahalgam has happened. I would not blame the security, people in charge of security for this, because they have actually made excellent arrangement of security all over. But one never expected that such a thing can happen in Pahalgam. And not in Pahalgam proper, but in that valley portion, which is very remote. But anyway, this has now given us a signal that we should be vigilant all the time. And I'm sure the authorities are going to do that. When we consider the evolving security landscape of India, we realize the 21st century security environment is more complex and dynamic than ever before. Conventionally, military threats have not disappeared, but they have now intertwined with non-traditional and asymmetric threats, ranging from terrorism to cyber warfare and border conflicts to water security. So these are the new challenges which are coming up, which were not there earlier. Cyber security is a very, very serious matter, and terrorism is really causing all kinds of problems, not only to us but to the entire globe. Therefore, India's security concern can be, classified both internal threats, which emanates from within our borders, and external threats, which are arising from hostile or unstable forces beyond our frontiers. Let me now present to you the various, components of internal security threats and challenges. First and foremost is the terrorism and radicalization. We are seeing that through the electronic media, through social, sites, a lot of youths are getting radicalized. We have to really guard against that. And for that, whatever safety, security is required to be brought in, regulation to be brought in, we must do that. We have seen the adversarial impact of this radicalization in Kashmir. Rather, we have been seeing almost every day in Kashmir. And to some extent in other parts of India as well. But we have not really come to a situation where we should really get too much concerned, because by and large our route is not radicalized, and we must ensure that they do not get. The next internal threat is left-wing extremism, that is commonly known as Naxalism. This Naxalism, as you may be aware, started from a place called Naxalbari in West Bengal, but then it spread in other places. There was a time, besides Bengal, even Andhra Pradesh was very badly devastated with Naxalism. But both the states have been able to get rid of Naxalism, and now it is having its presence in Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand and Odisha. But it is waning, and to some extent Maharashtra, Gadchiroli area, but it is waning. They also try to, set up something in my state of Karnataka, but they miserably failed. And I am sure the kind of measures the government have taken, not just force, but also developmental projects, because the youth are getting driven to Naxalism because they are not having opportunities for growth. So development, job opportunities are also being promoted, and also the tough measures are being taken to see that it is covered. I am quite hopeful that day is not very far, maybe 6 months, maybe 1 year, this threat will cease to exist. Dear students, the biggest threat before us is communal and ethnic tensions. Now we must not allow this communal tension to take place, because this is something, if it starts really gaining strength, it becomes very difficult to control. So therefore, wherever we are, we must, play our part to see that communal harmony is maintained everywhere in the country. The next threat, which I have already mentioned, is the cyber threat and information warfare. I don't have to elaborate, you are aware, I have already mentioned about it. The next threat is illegal migrations and demographic imbalances. We are now seeing that demographic configuration in some states has started changing, which has created consternation, concern for the local people who are there. Now, this must know, migration is taking place maybe from areas where people are not having enough opportunities of economic development. So those state governments must take note of it, and they must try to see that those opportunities are created, and this migration is, contained to a great extent. Complete containment is not possible, because after all, it's one country. You have to move from one part to another part, but it should not happen in such a manner that the local population is feeling threatened. So that we have to guard against. So these are broadly the internal, challenges that I have mentioned to you, which are threatening our security. Now we come to the external challenges. The first and foremost is the cross-border terrorism. Pakistan continues to be the biggest source of sponsoring terrorism, not only in India, but it is also lending support to terrorist groups elsewhere. Therefore, we have to really put all kinds of international and diplomatic pressure to see that the terrorist networks like Lashkar-e-Taiba, Jaish-e-Mohammed, and many others which are there in Pakistan are completely neutralized. These terrorists are also, besides of course killing the people, they are also indulging into other things, that is smuggling of arms, using drones for sending arms from one place to another place. If you go to our international border in Punjab, this has become a major threat. And they are also indulging into narco-terrorism. Punjab is very badly afflicted with drug menace. Actually, the youths are really getting completely spoiled. And all this is happening from across the border. So therefore, this is a very serious threat for us, and we have to really work very hard to see that this threat is contained. The next external threat is border disputes and military stand-ups. Here, you are aware that China has been creating problems every now and then for us, because the international border with China has not yet been determined. There were attempts made in the past, but I think we did not take it to the logical end. But nevertheless, the time is still there. We can work and see that it is settled, so that this problem every now and then that comes from China is not there. But one thing I would like to certainly mention, that earlier our Jawans on the border were not psychologically, strong enough to fight the Chinese out. But now the scenario has completely changed. And Galwan really gave a clear signal to Chinese that this kind of bullying is not going to work. And today, the information which I have is that our Jawans all across the China border are full with confidence, enthusiasm, and of course, this thing. But nevertheless, this border, determination of international border has to be ultimately worked out. For that, we have to really work sincerely and get it done. The next external threat is encirclement of India by China. China is not directly creating problem for us, but is also trying to encircle us. I'll give you an example. If you look at Sri Lanka, the Sampathota port they have taken over. Initially, they developed that port for the economic development of Sri Lanka, but then the debt burden was so heavy the Sri Lankan government could not pay, and finally they said, okay, we can't pay the debt, then give the port will operate for 99 years. So in a way, they have now got a permanent presence in Sampathota for almost 100 years. Similar thing they have done, in Pakistan, Gwadar port, in Balochistan, where they have, connected, they have developed that port, and they have connected that port to their mainland through this China-Pakistan economic corridor. Now, then they also meddle with in Maldives, trying to meddle with in Bhutan. Nepal, they have already instigated, but luckily things are getting worked out. So the China strategy is that not only we should be entangled with them through this border disturbances, and of course China is also helping Pakistan in every manner possible to create problem for us. So they have also tried to encircle. So what we have to do is that we have to see that we should be very active in our neighborhood and see that these neighboring countries do not get trapped by China, and we must try to keep them in our fold by way of extending all kinds of help, including economic development. The next, I would not call it threat, but definitely cause of concern is that we are heavily dependent on foreign technology. Now, we have seen during the COVID period that suddenly this dangerous virus came, and we were just not prepared. We did not have even, this one PP kits. We did not have even enough number of masks. But anyway, we took note of it. Prime Minister gave a call for Atmanirbhar Bharat, and the whole country has worked for that. And we not only fought that one effectively, but we also helped many countries, to do that. And in record time, the vaccines were developed, and these vaccines we also made available to various developing countries, and that really gave us a lot of name and fame. So what I'm trying to say is that there is a need for us to keep on working more and more and see that we become self-sufficient even in the matter of technology. I am reminded of Rekha, just I think a month back or so, Piyush Goyal, our Minister for Commerce, he told that our startups are, confining to such areas which are not of strategic importance. For example, Zomato or Swiggy, etc., they are only supplying food, but they are not really helping us in, developing any great technology as such. So he gave stress that startups should work even for, high technology areas, and I think there's a need of the hour. And our youth, all of you, are very, very intelligent in comparison to the youths I have seen in the rest of the world. Only thing proper opportunity, proper avenue is to be provided, proper environment is to be created so that the talent flourishes. And I'm sure that what Rekha mentioned about the government schemes which they have started. If all of us work together, private sector also working side by side, we would certainly be able to make a major breakthrough. Now I'll quickly touch upon what all we should do to see that these external and internal threats are fully met with. First is that our armed forces have to be completely modernized, and our intelligence gathering capacity has to be bolstered. Now, in this direction, just government PSUs are not going to be sufficiently enough to take care of their arms requirements. Like what the US and other countries have done, we must associate our private sector in a massive way, which the government of India has already started. The defense sector is now open for private sector participation, and I'm sure that things are going to become quite different in the years to come. Artificial intelligence, which Professor Rekha referred, is again a very important area, and I am very confident that our youth has got capacity to work on that and also ultimately help the country to become a very important player in not only usage of AI, but also in developing the AI further. The next thing that I would like to mention here is that we must also strengthen our internal governance system. Here it's a very big subject. I would not like to elaborate more, but I would only say that good governance, inclusive development, grievance redressal mechanism are essential to undermine the roots of extremism. So there is no substitute of good governance. If there is a good governance at every level, most of the problems that we face internally can be contained. Cyber security I have already mentioned. We have to develop a framework for robust cyber security. Next measure which I like to highlight is diplomatic assertiveness and strategic alliances, which India has already started. Rekha has also mentioned. We have already become a member of Quad, that is where USA, Australia, and Japan are the other partners, and we must also engage with ASEAN and African countries, and we should become a part of the global supply chain. What China is dominating today, we must try to see that we also become like that, and for that, a lot of effort is required to put in, which we can certainly do that. The next one I'd like to mention here is the modernization of border management infrastructure. See, earlier, we did not care so much to develop infrastructure in the borders. As a matter of fact, not like to name, one defense minister in parliament said that undeveloped borders are the biggest protection. That was the most foolish statement. So I'm happy that the government has taken note of it, and a lot of work is being done to develop infrastructure on the borders. And I'm sure that in say couple of years time itself, the scenario is going to be entirely different. So I really welcome this measure that the government of India has taken up to develop the border. The next measure which I would like to suggest here is the counter radicalization and civic education. So wherever a little bit of radicalization has taken place of our view, we must also, as a society, as a government, as a country, work together to see that they are de-radicalized and brought back to the mainstream, which is possible. Now, to conclude, I would like to say that India's security challenges are multi-layered and continuously evolving. The threats we face are no longer confined to distant battlefields, but have entered our cities, cyberspace, and even our smartphones, and thus our homes. Therefore, security today must be understood not merely in terms of soldiers and weapons, but also in the strength of our institutions, the unity of our people, that is most important, unity of our people, and forward-looking wisdom of our nation's policies. The future of India, a billion plus people with immense potential, depends on how well we anticipate, adapt, and counter these complex threats. Let us commit ourselves to building a strong, secure, and equitable India where every citizen, regardless of region, religion, or background, feels safe, empowered, and able to fulfill their potential to the fullest. We at IISc organize several programs related to security, and those of you who are interested are most welcome. I'd like to particularly urge the principal of the college that we'll be in touch with you. Please keep sending your students in batches to attend such programs, which will be of immense benefit to them. So with these words, let me extend my best wishes for the success of this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, for this very comprehensive and insightful presentation. And you raised many critical issues, and you talked about how in 21st century security has become more complex and dynamic, and you talked about external threats and internal threats. So thank you so much. And अपने कश्मीर की बात करें तो I keep going to Kashmir almost everywhere I go there for some selection committee or a seminar. So just as you rightly pointed out how the number of tourism has flourished now, and last year we had organized a big conference, national conference on climate federalism in Srinagar, and uska we took a delegation and met the FG also, and because I also work on federalism or those political federalism at Kashmir is a very important case study. So we were exploring what important developments have taken place after this reoperationalization of Article 370 in Kashmir. So thank you so much. Now I invite our next speaker, Dr. Smriti Patnaik.
Thank you so much for inviting me here, and most of the points which I also wanted to say has already been covered by Mr. Srivastav. So what I will do is that I will touch on some of the points, so there will be a bit of overlapping, but I will try to confine my presentation here only to India's external security, because he has very well argued and covered the internal security challenges. When you look at India's external security, I think few things that comes to our mind is basically the open and porous border. Two of the borders which has been deliberately kept open is our border with Nepal and Bhutan. The border with Bangladesh and Pakistan is porous. I think with Pakistan it is very, very militarized, but with Bangladesh, in spite of the BSF, it is actually really challenging to guard that particular border, which has immense hilly areas, that kind of thing. Then a second issue which actually comes to my mind while speaking of India's external security is the ethno-cultural connectivity that exists between India and its neighbors. Because when you speak of ethno-cultural connectivity, you also speak of the connection that exists between the people, and that facilitates not just the migration, which Mr. Srivastava also mentioned, but also flow of refugees to India in case of any conflict in the neighborhood. Of course, these are the three major kind of challenges which I see in the neighborhood. Of course, the terrorism is there because we are not speaking here only of the traditional security challenges, we are also speaking of the non-traditional security challenges. As Professor Saxena was mentioning about the climate change, and when you speak of climate change, you speak of basically what, not just the flooding of the river, but also various challenges that arise out of the climate change. That also could be migration. Now, how do you actually deal with such kind of challenges, which is non-traditional? You really cannot take military mechanism to resolve issues which are completely non-traditional. So that is where you need to cooperate with your neighbors. In some cases, like for example, sharing the flood data between various countries. For example, India shares it with Bangladesh, China shares it with India. So that kind of mechanism exists to actually deal with the non-traditional security challenges. Of course, terrorism is one issue where we have not been able to very successfully address the issue as far as Pakistan is concerned. Now, let me look at what has been India's approach to address some of the challenges arising out of the open border, arising out of migration and refugee crisis because of the cross-border ethno-cultural linkages that India shares with its neighbors. Because all of us, we know how the partition came about and how the boundary was drawn. So it is not a very neat drawing of the boundary. So when the boundary is not neat, it's bound to actually divide ethno-cultural groups, across the border. So that is where the linkages, in fact, operates. If you go to Bangladesh border, there are few places in the border where actually the kitchen is in India, the bedroom is also in Bangladesh. So how do you resolve such kind of humanitarian crisis that actually came out of the partition of India? So what has India done over the period of time? Initially, post-partition, there are few treaties which India renewed. These treaties are with Nepal and Bhutan. The 50th treaty with Nepal, which Nepal has asked for the renewal of the treaty, especially the Articles 6 and 7, which provide resident status to the people of both the countries. An Indian can have a resident status in Nepal, and similarly, a Nepali can have a resident status in India. Similarly, if you look at our treaty with Bhutan, which has already been revised in 2008, we have a new treaty with new features, but the treaty with Nepal is yet to be revised. But nevertheless, that exists, that have exclusive security dimension as far as India-Nepal relations is concerned. Like for example, one of the requirement for Nepal is not to allow any kind of investment on the southern part of the Nepal border, that is just bordering India. But this is one treaty which actually has been violated by Nepal with impunity. So therefore, whenever any Nepali tells you that we want to revise the treaty, now often the question comes that the treaty has not at all been observed as far as Nepal is concerned. But nevertheless, it gives a certain kind of continuity to what British had done earlier, the 1925, the British India and Nepal treaty. And for example, I'll come to other agreements which we have with neighboring countries. One is with Bangladesh, lapsed now, 1972 Treaty of Peace and Friendship. It is exact replica of the Indo-Soviet Treaty. So if there is a threat to one of the country, then the other country will come to the rescue of the other. It does not actually very clearly says what kind of facilities the other country will offer. Nevertheless, in 1972, this particular treaty was signed, which actually was signed for 25 years, now has lapsed in 1996. If you look at the 1987 Indo-Lanka Accord, that the letter accompanying this particular accord had a security clause which actually says that Sri Lanka will not allow its any intelligence operation, especially the listening post in Trincomalee, which India had a lot of objection at that point of time. So should not allow its soil to be used by any external forces against India. So what I'm saying, these are the agreements and treaties which are fashioned out to some extent to address the security concerns arising out of external power presence in the neighborhood. With Pakistan, several treaties we have. Of course, now everything is in abeyance, suspended. Pakistan also has taken equal measures, like for example, suspending the Shimla Agreement. But if you look at the clauses of the Shimla Agreement, the question is that was it observed? It was never observed in its full spirit. Kashmir has been internationalized, even though the Shimla Agreement very clearly says that the two countries need to address the Kashmir issue bilaterally among themselves. So therefore, this is the kind of observation that has happened. But I'll just take a little, to the 60s. I'm not speaking of the IWT treaty. There was also some sort of talk that went on between India and Pakistan regarding a no-war treaty. Now, the no-war treaty is something India did not agree at that point of time. And when India also offered, Pakistan said no. So that was the kind of thing, both the countries kept on thinking, like, for example, a no-war treaty means, like, currently after the Pahalgam, we are speaking of taking military action. A no-war treaty will bind you to not taking any kind of action when there is terrorism, unless until there is a kind of assurance which comes saying that, Pakistan will not use terror as an instrument of state policy. But having said that, if you look at the kind of assurance which Pakistan has given, I'll just give two examples regarding terrorism in the recent past. One is the 2004 understanding between India and Pakistan, Bajpayee meeting in Islamabad, where Pakistan placed that it will not allow its territory to be used against India. And the two countries also agreed in 2007 to have a joint anti-terror mechanism. And we saw what happened in 2008, the Mumbai attack. So therefore, the question is that in spite of having such kind of agreement, if a particular country is not sincere, actually this treaty generally is not observed between any bilateral partner. However, to address the issue of terrorism, India is also party to the SAARC Convention on Terrorism, signed in 1989. And the additional protocol, which was again agreed in 2004, the BIMSTEC framework on terrorism also has already been agreed. But apart from this kind of multilateral, sub-regional kind of structure which India has adopted, if you look at various other measures which India has taken, both bilaterally as well as trilaterally and also quadrilaterally. Now let me come to the bilateral kind of arrangement with Bangladesh. On the border area, we used to have the superintendent of police level meeting. So of course, with the change of government there, I don't think it is being operationalized at present. Bilaterally with Nepal, we have this exercise Surya Kiran, series of joint military exercises that happens between India and its neighbors. With Nepal, that is the exercise Surya Kiran. With Bangladesh, we have exercise Sampriti, a trilateral exercise between India, Sri Lanka, and Maldives, which has now been expanded to become what we call as Colombo Security Conclave, where Mauritius and Seychelles are also participating, including Bangladesh, which is an observer in the Colombo Security Conclave. So I'm just saying here, the kind of action which India has taken to address some of the security challenges arising not just out of the neighborhood, but also in the larger, Indian Ocean region. We also have seen, the NSA level talks, which actually now is part of the Colombo Security Conclave, but on the BIMSTEC, we had the BIMSTEC military exercises, which is not there as far as SAARC is concerned. Now, when you look at such kind of arrangement that has already been put in place, that is India's desire to address some of the issues along with its neighbors, and like for example, intelligence sharing between the countries. Earlier, SAARC used to have the police chief meeting, the intelligence chief meetings, but now all these meetings are happening bilaterally. With Bangladesh, I know the home ministers, the foreign secretary level talks which took place in December after the change of regime there. But also at the same time, bilaterally, several meeting takes place, especially the factors which is arising out of the common security kind of challenges the two countries face. Not long ago, Bangladesh also saw a series of bomb blasts in its country. 2004, you had a countrywide bomb blast. You also had suicide attacks in Bangladesh. So therefore, when we speak of the jointness, it should not be perceived as it is only the compulsion of India to have such kind of mechanism to address the security challenges. Because these security challenges, for example, whether it is the issue of terrorism, whether it is issue of climate change, it needs to be addressed in a larger kind of framework. Some of the time it can be bilateral, some of the time it can be trilateral. Now, just one more point I will just make, and I will just end with that. When I spoke of the refugee crisis and migration, like I said, because of the common sharing of common culture, ethnicity, language, which actually facilitates migration into the neighborhood. And when you see this kind of migration internally, India has serious security challenges arising out of Bangladesh's especially illegal migration that has happened in Assam, that has actually raised the question of basically the identity there. If you go to Arunachal, very often you see in the wall of houses and buildings in Arunachal saying that Chakmas go back. Again, they were environmental refugees in 1960s when the Kaptai Dam was built by the then Pakistan military rulers. So, when these people, they take the advantage of their own ethnic brothers to come here, they actually challenge the local culture and, the employment opportunities the locals have, and creating a kind of conflict between the local and the people who have come here. And similarly, in the context of, in Manipur, we are also seeing the crisis where the central government says that none of the state have the right to provide refuge to any person who is coming from outside. But in spite of such stipulation, the Manipur and Mizoram government, especially the government of Mizoram, gave shelter to Pukichin people who share very close ethnic ties with people across the border. So some of the time, even if you want to stop, actually, this connection which the people have across the border, even the kind of partition that has happened, actually facilitates or forces a particular government to take a particular kind of action. And we have seen that in the context of the refugee crisis, the Tamil refugee crisis, where India got involved in the 1987 accord, where it became a kind of observer. So India, to a very large extent, currently is trying to localize and see the conflict is resolved at a local point, rather than taking the refugees inside India. I'll give just two examples and I will just finish there. One of the examples is the Operation Insaniyat, where India provided aid to Rohingya refugees staying in the Bangladesh camp. It not only confined its aid and humanitarian assistance only to the Rohingya refugees, but it also provided to the local who are equally poor, staying in the Chittagong area, especially the Cox's Bazar. So therefore, you localize the conflict. You don't allow those refugees to come to India, but also at the same time try to reduce the burden that comes on a country which is providing refuge. Second is in the same context in Myanmar, India is building I think 5,000 houses for the Rohingya refugees who are supposed to be repatriated, though none of them have been repatriated now because of the Myanmar constitutional stipulation that they are not actually the citizens of Myanmar. They are in fact illegal migrants. They're Bengalis. Their reference is Bengalis, and here we refer them as Rohingyas. So when you look at the gamut of security challenges that India faces, both internally and externally, so some of the time the external factors also become internal. Like for example, if there is political conflict in the neighborhood, you really cannot stop the flow of the refugees. So some of the time, like so many of the neighbors will say, India is micromanaging the issues in the neighboring countries. So some of the time you try to see that the government in the neighboring countries are inclusive, broad-based, and representative. So it is not that many people criticize India for promotion of democracy. I would not say India promotes democracy, but India definitely promotes a kind of representation where you really do not have this conflict which will grow and which will affect India's national security in terms of the flow of migration or flow of the refugees. Because as I said, refugee will add to the internal dynamics. So with that, I will end here, given the paucity of time, because I can see the watch. Thank you so much.
For raising many critical relating to security and especially focusing on external. And we talked about non-traditional security challenges, migration issue, refugee, and also how we talk about our neighborhood. And I'm not an expert on IR, but I work on federalism, and I had the opportunity to be part of the constitution making process in Nepal, and they were framing their federal constitution. And I remember they were debating that time about border, whether border should be, and especially the left party, they were not in favor of having open border. They said why not having open borders with China? Why just with India? So ये एक काफी लगा कि even Bangladesh, I remember there was it's not a federal country, but there are some groups which are demanding greater autonomy. So there was a conference on this federal question. So in Bangladesh, because federalism is also seen as a effective tool for as a power sharing, and it is considered to be best option for conflict-ridden societies, and more countries are moving towards federal option. You'll be surprised to know that around 26, 27 countries today in the world are federal. So Bangladesh, not being federal, but they were debating this, and even we have besides the land, we have this river. In the morning sessions, speakers were pointing out that अगर third world war होता तो पानी के water के ऊपर होगा. तो Teesta River water dispute with Bangladesh, and that was a very important issue. Or Nepal, even Sri Lanka, I got an opportunity to visit Sri Lanka when they were debating federal option. क्योंकि वहाँ पे to resolve ethnic conflict. But later on, it was the word federal was banned. It will lead to, there was an apprehension that it will lead to secession. So they would rather they would rather call it decentralization of power. And after this 13th Amendment, they have devolved out of power to provincial councils. And Pakistan, of course, on paper, it is a federation. One of my former colleagues, former head of the department, Professor Veena Kukreja, who was an expert on Pakistan, उन्होंने failed federal state बोला था Pakistan को, but it has other many important challenges on paper. Of course, it's a federal country, but there are internal challenges and conflicts. So thank you so much for covering all important crucial points in the lecture. And the floor is open for discussion. We can, how much time we have? Yeah, please be very brief and focused. Students, especially, I will encourage students to ask questions. Teachers को तो मौका मिलता है. Please introduce yourself. Yeah, please stand. Introduce yourself. हाँ बताइए किसको एड्रेस कर रहे हैं आपका क्वेश्चन?
Good afternoon to all. My name is Samir Sagar. I'm from Second Year University. So my question is to Dr. Smriti Patnaik ma'am. What should be the solution for the domestic migration, the one who are coming from villages to major cities in terms of their economic resilience?
We can collect some questions and we can respond. Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm a postgraduate in political science. My question goes to Dr. Smriti Patnaik ma'am. Ma'am, within a decade, there has been a decline of about 50% in India's total arms import from Russia. And in contrast, there has been an increment of about 60% in Pakistan's total arms imports from China. Could this be considered as a weak aspect of India's foreign policy? Because India is not only using a historical friend, but indirectly empowering two adversaries, China and Pakistan, which might work as proxy states in the distant future when India and Russia are no friends.
Thank you. Anybody else? Yeah, last.
Good afternoon, ma'am, everyone. My name is Sai Chandra and I'm pursuing political science honors from Shyamlal College. मैम मेरा ये क्वेश्चन है कि मेरा जो स्टेट मणिपुर है इसमें कुछ एरियाज है जैसे कि चुरचानपुर, तमेंगलोंग, सेनापति, उखरुल, इन जैसी साइट्स पे इन जैसी एरियाज पे पॉपुलेशंस अननेचुरली इतना बढ़ गया है कि 2011 के सेंसस में लगभग 1 to 2 लाख पॉपुलेशन था जो चिनकुकी मीजोस है उनका, और अभी 2021 के सेंसस के हिसाब से उन लोगों का पॉपुलेशन 7 to 8 लाख पहुंच गया है। ये अननेचुरल है, ये बायोलॉजिकली नहीं हो सकता, ये इमिग्रेंट्स का एक मार्क है। तो ये जो इमिग्रेंट्स आए हुए हैं ना, ये अपना आधार कार्ड है उनके पास, राशन कार्ड है और इलेक्शन के लिए इलेक्शन कार्ड है, और ये सब कौन प्रोवाइड कर रहा है इन लोगों को? और इन सबको खत्म करने के लिए इलीगल एक्टिविटीज ये सब हो रहे हैं ना, इन सबको खत्म करने के लिए गवर्नमेंट्स क्या इनिशिएटिव ले रहा है और हम एज ए यूथ क्या इनिशिएटिव ले सकता है, इसमें भी बताइएगा। थैंक यू।
Domestic migration issue. Domestic migration. Mr. Srivastava will address because he has a past experience as an administrator of this particular issue. Very quickly on the arms import, which has reduced from Russia, India's arms import from Russia, and Pakistan has increased from China. I would say that India is also diversifying its import source. Russia remains a reliable partner as far as India is concerned, but on certain technology, like for example the S-400, which India is getting from Russia, in spite of US trade and the sanction and everything, we were there because that is something which is required for our for India's defense requirements. So therefore, I would say that it depends on what kind of technology you are looking for, what kind of platform you are looking for, and what is kind of technology transfer that might happen when you are purchasing a particular weapon from from a foreign country. Because currently the government is giving a lot of emphasis on Make in India and to manufacture and produce in India. So I think recently you must have seen that government had signed on the Rafale, which has actually become very, very effective in terms of India's air power projection. So therefore, I would say that while Russia remains a very reliable partner, as to with India, on many crises, including the 1971, when we had USS Enterprise entering the Bay of Bengal at that point of time. But there is also a need to diversify your arms import. In the context, and that is what the Pakistanis did. Pakistan initially after 1954 when they signed a mutual defense agreement with the United States. But in 1965, when there was sanction which was imposed as a result of the India-Pakistan war at that point of time by the United States, Pakistan's defense, though India was also getting some weapons from US at that point of time after the 62 war with China, but Pakistan actually faced the challenge when the US sanction was imposed because most of their weapon was coming from United States, and of course China came in as a kind of alternative and has stood with Pakistan, and jointly they're manufacturing the J-17 aircraft, which is a strategic aircraft, and therefore I would say that China has emerged as a major defense partner with two of India's neighbors. The largest importer of Chinese weapon is Pakistan, followed by Bangladesh. Though you speak to the Indian Armed Forces and speak about the kind of weapon that is being transferred, especially in the context of Bangladesh, much of the weapon actually is not, which is given on a friendship price, and in both the cases, there has been a lot of underhand dealing and money, so there is a part money is also involved in that. Very quickly on the issue of this, you spoke about Churachandpur, Senapati and Ukhul, where there is unnatural growth. सिर्फ वहाँ पे नहीं, असम में आप अगर देखेंगे same issue आई है that unnatural growth of population in the border area. लेकिन आप अगर देखेंगे जो कमीशन बैठा था, forgetting you know the MDT Act पे जो बैठा था, look at the white paper that the Assam government had produced, उसमें अगर फिगर देखेंगे बहुत ही कम फिगर है जहाँ पे you know the government could conclude that these are foreigners. So जैसे आपने बताया कि उनके पास राशन कार्ड है, उनके पास आधार कार्ड है, सब कुछ है. I think 2 दिन पहले I saw one news in the newspaper. वहाँ पे अभी बताया गया है कि जिनके पास पासपोर्ट होगा, जिनके पास इलेक्शन आईडी कार्ड होगा, उसके आधार में उनका सिटीजनशिप डिटरमिन किया जाएगा. But then again, knowing how smart people have been and how you have intermediaries who for money can do anything, I don't know whether that will be also foolproof method. वो एक challenge है, लेकिन आप अगर पूछेंगे तो challenge how to overcome the challenge, तो मतलब बहुत मुश्किल है बोलना, क्योंकि you have to be very honest. You have to see that you are not giving. Everybody needs to have that responsibility not to provide any kind of such document to people without a proper verification, which actually is not happening. Thank you. Thank you.
See, Samir, I think you asked a very nice, interesting question. This migration from rural area to urban area. See, as long as the developmental asymmetry continues, the rural areas remain poor, not developed, and urban areas are highly developed. This migration is a natural phenomenon. Now, so the message is that you have to develop rural areas. You may recall that our former president, Abdul Kalam, APJ Abdul Kalam, he talked of a concept called PURA, P-U-R-A, providing urban infrastructure in rural areas. There lies the solution. I am very happy to state here that a lot of work has started happening in that area. I come from Eastern UP, bordering Bihar, from village. It was totally undeveloped. There was no road connectivity. Power supply we had never seen till we passed out 12th standard. Now things have become entirely different. When I go to a village now, the road network, fantastic road network has been developed. Not only in that part, but the whole of the village. And by and large, the same thing is true of the entire India. The Minister, Mr. Gadkari, he has done a fantastic job after he took charge. And today we can say very proudly that road network has been developed all over the country. The second thing, power supply. Now, power supply also has improved quite a lot. In my village, I do not find that I am deprived of X or Y or Z. Power supply 24 hours, internet connectivity, broadband connectivity, as good as you find here. So I am now finding that the migration is started declining. Second thing is that you have to also create job opportunities. And job opportunities will come once the infrastructure is in place. So I'm quite sure that a lot of industrial establishments, a lot of business establishments are going to shift out. After all, who would like from the rural areas to come in a metropolitan city like Delhi and live in a slum when he has already got a nice house? If the facility, all these facilities are there, if job opportunities are available locally, or automatically migration stops. So initially, as a country, we faced this problem, but today things have started reversing, and I am seeing that in the next maybe 5 years, 10 years time, what Prime Minister said that Amrit Kal, by that time, I think this asymmetry will completely eliminate, this migration issue will completely. Second thing, I would like to answer the question of the youngster from Manipur. You see, problem, what you mentioned, Manipur is a very serious problem. And this problem, not only Manipur, even earlier to that in Bodoland, the same thing had happened. Many other places, every now and then things are happening. The biggest problem that in our country we have faced is that we never enforced the identity card thing, seriously. You may recall that till this Aadhaar, when the Aadhaar was introduced by the UK government, it was not having any legal binding. So the result was that when you were going to the bank with Aadhaar card, the bank was not recognized that. Similarly, at the airport, nowhere it was being recognized. What is really required? Now, of course, the government has changed it and they have made it a legal thing, and now Aadhaar card is acceptable everywhere. Aadhaar card has also got biometric features. So I am quite sure that this illegal thing which was happening, migration, and that will come under check with proper identity card is insisted upon. Your point is correct. There are some bad people in the government also at the lower level who are conniving, and for certain consideration they issue false Aadhaar cards, etc. And therefore this kind of thing is happening. But I can assure you that the government of India has taken serious note of it. And this problem is not going to remain there for long. A lot of strict enforcement is taking place. Many people have already come to our country legally for several years, etc. A view is being taken about that. So I would not say that the problem can be solved immediately, but this much I can definitely tell you that government at the highest levels have taken note of it and they're working on it. And this menace also will come to a check. When, I can't say, but certainly it is going to happen in very near future. Regarding this arms import, what I think was raised by one person. You see, no doubt earlier we were importing arms only from Russia because of the kind of relations that we had. But now, as Dr. Smriti Patnaik has also mentioned, that there are many other options open. So we have started buying from elsewhere also, and more than anything else, we have also stepped up our own production. You might have seen that these ordnance factories, which were all government managed, or they have been all corporatized in the process of privatization. A lot of private industrial people, they have got into the arms productions, etc. India has now started exporting a lot of arms. So scenario is going to change, and ultimately a situation will come that will not be dependent for arms import from any country. We will become self-sufficient. That is the kind of trajectory which government has drawn for itself. It is going to happen. It will take little time, but ultimately that's the goal.
Thank you so much. For lunch, so we can continue our discussion over lunch. So I would like to once again thank my panelists, N. Shiraswati and Dr. Smriti Patnaik for their very important presentations, and I thank the audience, the students and colleagues for their very important interventions. And once again, I congratulate Shampal College, the principal, Dr. Kaji, Hira Shrish, the TIC. I forgot to mention your name, so my apologies. Niranjan Chikwanji, Sitaram Kubar, and other members of the organizing committee, Manish, Srinivas, Pavan, Shadanan, Rekha Vashik, Sumit, my doctoral student, and I'm proud to see my students teaching here. Sumit is there, Sham is there, my former student. They are all faculty members here. And Deepak, Pavan, Manish, Nandita. So, and it's good to see many colleagues from different colleges and our senior groups. Rajveer Sharma ji is there, Sunil Sharma, Madhuri Badwa, so and Tapan ji, so Dikshit ji. So, thank you so much for being part of this very important deliberation. Thank you. I hope I'm not missed anything. I just wanted to make one minute observation. When we are talking about defense, it's my observation that India is going into diversification of defense basket now. And France is very important example. The way we are borrowing Safran technology from there, or the way we are talking about MRO, that is manufacture, repair overall. So when we are talking about Chetak helicopters, or when we're talking about other helicopters, they are French technology. But now we are also talking about having this technology in India in collaboration with France. And I think France is becoming a very viable alternative
to Russia, because we are getting our Scorpion submarines from there. We are getting our Rafale jets from there. We've got 36 Rafale jets. And I think marine jets also we would be getting from France. So I think India's just going the right way in diversifying our defense basket. And in the times to come, I think it is the path to show strategic autonomy that we're doing. Let's not be dependent on one partner, but also diversify. And thank you so much for your presentation.
Also, with all these purchases, there is a component of technology transfer. So in future, we'll be producing most of these things ourselves.
Correct.
Thank you so much. Professor Sanjeev Dechar, who has joined, just joined for the next session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. And I invite you for lunch and request all the participants and students to return as soon as possible post lunch. And I request the faculty member please to come on the stage for the and all the student volunteers. I request all student volunteers to come here on stage and faculty member for a photo session with our respected designated.